for an air show.
Airplanes aren't supposed to do that. Coming in hot.
And there it is, one of the most iconic images that we could bring to you on the live stream. Home pylon here out at Reno Stead Airport for 60 years, the site of the National Championship air races. And today, the racing is over, but as a farewell to this great community and this wonderful host city, the Reno Air Racing Association is putting on an air show. Hello, everyone. I'm Steph Strickland. Welcome to Live Airshow TV's exclusive coverage of the Reno Air Show.
And I'm Brittany Nielsen. The air show organizers have put together a great lineup. Today's show including the Canadian Snowbirds, the F-16 Viper demo team, and of course, the U.S. Navy Blue Angels, and so much more.
Wherever you guys are watching us from, check in now. You know the drill. Let us know in the live stream. We've had folks from as far away as New Zealand tune into this broadcast, and we'll continue to give you shout-outs throughout the day. The weather right now, a little hot. I debated if I wanted to wear my sunglasses, but I figured that might look a little ridiculous, so we're just going to brave it. But what a great day for an air show with the weather.
And our teams are lined up. We had an amazing brief this morning. They are excited. We can't wait to take you live into all the action here at Reno. What a historic site. And Steph, it's my first time here.
I'm so glad this has been, I've been here working with this September family, as we like to call it, for a couple years now. And it's always so fun to basically show Brittany, you know, what this area is all about, particularly as we get ready to move to Roswell. We've got a lot in store, a lot of information coming to you from wherever you're watching if you want to go check out the Roswell races, including the weekend of the races. We've been waiting for that. That information will come to you in a little bit. Opening ceremony getting ready to kick off here just momentarily. For those of you who are familiar with the races in particular, as always, happening right in front of the grandstand. Now, you know how I like to do this, what we see behind the camera versus in front. I see that our friends with the Snowbirds just pulled up. I'm giving them a wave off camera. I'm not sure I can wave them on, but I'm going to give it a shot. Let's just see if they want to come up and just call an audible on the set while we wait for opening ceremony to get started. Rich McDougie, he is Snowbird 11, and he is the show announcer and also a pilot, and I see that he has fallen for my bait. So right now, we're just going to have him come say a quick hello to us. Why not, guys? We're waiting for opening ceremony to get underway, and that is a very fluid schedule. I'm holding up the headset for him. Rich knows a thing or two about a headset. Hello, my friend. You didn't know this was coming, did you?
Welcome to the set.
So we're going to scoot you over in here. You see yourself framed up right there. Rich, how are you doing, my friend?
This is a perfect air show day. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, I think so. They'll get that sorted here real quick if we can't. Perfect air show day, you said.
You know, the wind has died down. We're clear blue skies, so we're looking forward to the entire performance today.
We are as well. I want to tell you, give a big shout out to your maintainers because they are the unsung heroes of the team. You guys get up here, you wear the red suits, we know who you are, but just talk a little bit about the hard work and dedication that it takes because they did something even real special here. They impressed me nonstop.
So after our practice yesterday afternoon, we required an engine change. So from 1 or 2 p.m. onward, they took the whole day to change one of our engines. And then they were able to work into the night. And then Scott Boyd, who's just over there, Snowbird 4, did a quick test flight this morning, and we're now good to go with 11 jets for our show.
That's going to be beautiful. You guys will definitely enjoy it. I can hear opening ceremony in my ear, which means we'll be dipping into that here momentarily. Let me ask you finally, what's the most rewarding part about being part of the Snowbird team?
Most rewarding part is the interactions with the public. So the flying's amazing. You know, there's nothing like it, but then you meet the people who enjoy what you do, and that's really my favorite part.
Rich McDougie, thank you so much for making the time. I do believe we've got a shot of opening ceremony, so we can take a look down there as they get ready to get underway. And per usual, for those of you who watch Brittany and I do the broadcast, we just want to make sure that we don't step on the national anthem. So we kind of split our attention a little bit here. Interestingly, the national anthem sung today by Reno's own Silver Dollar Chorus, Nevada's premier men's harmony group. So yeah, I think this should be a wonderful day for us as we get opening ceremony underway.
Got to see last night's Twilight and Night event. All right. How do you like that wall of fire? You know, my hope as a kid was I'd grow up and get to blow up stuff, and I missed that calling, but last night I loved it. And how many love the Snowbirds? They're one of my favorite teams. They had a gorgeous, finessed, beautiful routine. So we're off to a great start in this, which is our 60th anniversary celebration year of being here in Reno. The first 2 years, as all of you know, were north of here on a small dirt strip until this field was decommissioned in 1966. We moved here, been here ever since. So this morning, it's my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce the Silver Dollar Chorus to do our national anthem. May I ask you all to stand and recognize them on behalf of our country. Thank you. Gentlemen. So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, home of the brave?
Welcome back, everyone. We love to see that, dipping into our national anthem as the flags wave high and above a crowd that is forming here for the Reno Airshow. Definitely a little bit different than the races we are used to. We got to let you know, we have folks checking in from the Netherlands where it is 7 o'clock Saturday evening. We've got folks checking in from London. Let's see, Virginia, all over Cambodia, even checking in.
I love this.
Right, that's Reza. That's exactly. This is Reza Karamat-Muz, the education director for the Reno Air Racing Association. How are you doing today?
Doing all right. Hey, what a beautiful day, right?
Isn't this perfect day for an air show?
Can't be any better.
And the backdrop too.
Now,
That's
Reza,
awesome.
you are overseeing something incredible. I am in higher education, and
cool.
She's a doctor.
Doctor of
Nice.
Education. Tell me about your STEM program, because it was so busy here yesterday. What was that like?
It's incredible. So this year we set a new one-day attendance record because in prior years we have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to host all the schools. We just shoved it all into Friday.
Yes, I love that. Kids everywhere.
Yeah, kids everywhere, all ages, all types of schools, homeschool, public school, private school. So we bring them all in. We coordinate this throughout the year with the schools, and they have to coordinate, getting out here. It's kind of a thing. But anyway, so yeah, you saw what you saw. We're open today and tomorrow, so all the race fans and their kids and families, all the young adults and old adults, they can all come in.
Everyone's a part of the September family here. You had 6,000 some odd kids yesterday. Normally, like you said, you spread it over 3 days. They're all here.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what goes on in the STEM Discovery Zone.
Yeah, so we have a lot of different things. This year, our team every year we have a professional team of adults. They come in they fly in from everywhere. We had them from Texas, California, everywhere. Anyway, we had Chuck Yeager's wife.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Victoria Yeager's there. She's giving stories. These things are just priceless. And the kids, I mean, a lot of them haven't heard, but when she shares stories of, his heroism and just great things that he did and breaking the speed of sound and all this, the kids are like, and this is like elementary school kids are having that reaction. We have one tent just with flight sims. We have 9.
There you are.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, so we have 9 flight sims in a tent.
That's so cool.
We'll have all the stuff ready today as well. We have a 3D printer that's just live 3D printing stuff. We've got a bunch of 3D printed stuff, like a 5-foot tall Saturn V rocket.
Wow.
So come on in and take a look at that. Yeah, we got all kinds of cool stuff.
So you have a hat on, and I need to ask about this. GRADD, and then there's NVBAA. What are those acronyms?
Yeah, so NVBAA is our nonprofit. It's Nevada Business Aviation Association.
Okay.
So we do different things. STEM is one of our 3 pillars. The other is to help raise funds for the Nevada rural airports. I'm the chairman of the Nevada Aviation Technical Advisory Committee, NATAC. So what we try to do is like help airports like this get funds, federal funds to improve, right? Improve the infrastructure, improve the airport, and of course create jobs. And you got to create a pipeline. So
Right.
we want it young kids and young girls and boys to learn about this industry, get excited about it, and be like, yeah.
You talked about the young kids. One of the big factors in getting into the aviation industry, of course, is money. So this organization and the ones that you partner with and affiliate with have really focused on scholarships for these kids. Talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So the scholarship program here at RARA started a few years ago. And the idea is that to get a private pilot's license is expensive. So dollars per student who qualifies, see them, sort of get that of it. And that's just kind of a starting position as a person that becomes an aviator and can proudly say, I'm a pilot. And that responsibility that comes with it as a young person, I think that's such a great advanced rocket, and I feel confident that now you can do something with it. So done, I don't know, dozens of scholarships now.
And I think we're actually going to be giving away some scholarships. So we're listening right now because we have our opening ceremonies behind us. And in just a moment, we'll be turning things over to Greg Gibson to actually present the scholarships that you're talking about. So as we're waiting to do that, we may cut our conversation short, but tell me, yes, your hat, GRADD. Thank you.
So yeah, correct. So that's a company where we provide drone pilot training. So global robot and drone deployment. So we've been doing this for all, providing in-person training and flight training and things. We do a lot to focus on school districts. So we just did Compton School District, and we trained them in person and online and blah blah blah. So the idea is to bring that kind of technology, unmanned aircraft technology, to schools and get the kids involved, because they play video games, and that's one skill they can actually play and get paid to play. I mean, it's just so exciting, and there's so many things now. The hurricane, they're using drones to deliver, life-saving stuff, medical supplies and other things. So there's so many different applications, and they all know about drones. So it's exciting. That's what we do.
Reza, let's see what kids out there are being inspired. They're announcing the scholarship winners right now. It's just so great. You can hear the applause in the grandstand as the audience is listening to the names being read off of some very deserving kids.
Zach Wells, Zeus Wesley. Big round of applause for all of our students. We'd very much like to thank the Ray Foundation, the Cy Robin Foundation, the Ellsworth Hovey Getchell Foundation, the donors like you that make this possible. Please feel free to go onto our website at airace.org and make a donation. Thank you very much.
On the set, thank you for taking the time and helping be a small part of the inspiration side of the House with the September family and all the good work that has happened here in this community and beyond. Thanks for making the time.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Have an awesome time. Perfect weather. Come on out if you haven't gotten your tickets yet. We still have a few left.
Yeah, don't take your headset off yet. We're going to go ahead right now. Brittany, what's coming up next?
For decades, Reno and air racing have been synonymous as the competitors of the fastest motorsport on the planet converge each pylons. Throughout the show today, we'll be looking back at more than 50 years of air racing at Reno, and it all started with one man's idea.
The Reno National Championship Air Races were the brainchild of Bill Stead, a local businessman and former hydroplane racer who wanted to rekindle the no-holds-barred racing last seen in Cleveland in the 1940s. The first Reno Air Races in 1964 and 65 were conducted at Sky Ranch, which had a 2,000-foot dirt runway. The facilities might have been a bit primitive, but the racing was a hit. In 1966, the event moved to Stead Field, where it has lived ever since. The 1960s Unlimited Championships were the exclusive domain of Grumman F8F Bearcats. Lucky test pilot Darrell Greenemeyer in Race 1 captured the gold championship 5 straight years. Air racing's most active class, the Formula One planes, were also on hand from the beginning at Reno. Bill Falk in Rivets was one of the early champions, but by 1968, all roads to Formula One gold went through Ray Cote. The Californian began a run of 8 shoestring. The biplanes have been at Reno since the beginning. Men like Bill Bolin and Dallas Christian set a high bar in those early years. Biplanes had the biggest winning speed increase of any class, picking up 40 miles per hour from 1964 through 69. 1968. Though the T6s are mostly beats in those first years below what we see today. Reno puts air racing back on the map.
This home pylon, front and center for decades of racing out here at Reno Stead. Just an incredible opportunity to listen to the stories, hear those engines as they race. I've had an opportunity to witness these races, and I am obviously sad. So many people, a multi-generational event that they've attended, but obviously with some of the incredible opportunities and things coming down the pipe, if you will, for Roswell, New Mexico, need to be reborn and reinvented.
We have our pins. The main were able to get our Roswell pins, but Roswell,
He's a character. He's coming on set in a little bit.
is no stranger to flying objects. They'll have a few more than usual in 2025. The Reno air races are flying south to become the Roswell air races, which we'll talk about more throughout our entire broadcast. It'll be a weekend of intense competition, as we know, just like it was here in Reno, and the fastest motorsport on Earth again will take to the skies.
Yeah, I'm looking out at the crowd that's forming. Just absolutely gorgeous weather here. A jam-packed show. Obviously, to include our friends to the north, the Canadian snowbirds out here. You heard from Rich McDougall briefly on the set. You could see folks moving around the flight line here, and the ramp and this whole airport is quite long. It's a long, skinny rectangle. So folks have quite a ways to walk. You can see opening ceremony still well underway. A number of board of directors on the lower right-hand side of your screen, sort of congregated out there congratulating the scholarship winners. A lot of a pop circumstance for very good reason as we get ready to get some flying underway here momentarily. It's an opportunity for the folks who work so hard. I see Bobby Thompson. I see some of the other directors out here. Folks who are well known, perhaps internally on the Airshow side of the house, and with Air Racing Association out there giving us all a big round of applause and a hand for a job well done over these 6 years.
And Steph, one of the great things I've learned about being here just for a few days is the connection to our air show performers. As an air show announcer, we often talk about what they're doing during their air show, but so quickly have I learned our connection to air racing. And we're going to showcase and highlight, and it's such a great relationship between the two. So it's really enlightened me on how much we cross over and where people have started from, and we'll hear the Chino kids a little bit and the stories behind them running around as children here, growing up and dipping into our air show industry, and we get to bring all that to you.
So Vicki benzing, flying later today in Plum Crazy. An airplane well known to anyone who is familiar with certainly the air racing circuit.
Nice aileron roll. Makes it look so easy today. Through the late 70s and 80s and 90s, the 924 could be found on the air show circuit all around the country and made semi-annual trips to where Frank and Dennis would provide instruction to students and the U.S. Navy Test Pilot School, who evaluated the aircraft as part of their curriculum. And semi-annual trip, bouncing around, giving instruction. A little bit about the history. After an engine failure in 1998, the 924 underwent a thorough rebuild of both airframe and engine and reemerged onto the scene at Reno in 2012. It is one of only 4 Sea Furies remaining still utilizing the Bristol Centurious engine, original to the Sea Furies. It is also flown regularly at air shows, events in California, and races annually, not only here at Reno, but now moving to Roswell. Again, the Sanders Aeronautics, founded in was an avid car drag racer and co-owned the S&S Headers, a high-end fabrication shop specializing in custom headers, and it was a World War II pilot. And we have something very special as Dennis continues to fly the incredible Sea Fury. Welcome to the set, Vicki Benzing.
Vicki, obviously such an accomplished racer in your own regard, and I will talk to you about Plum Crazy and what's happening today. But for folks at home who maybe don't understand the legacy of the Sanders family, we have a lot of air show crowd, maybe not a lot of folks in the racing world yet. Tell me a little bit about this particular family and just—
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right?
They're like the family of air racing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, all the way from the beginning.
Yeah, they talked about the Chino kids running around with the
Right.
Hintons
Yep,
and
yep,
the
yep.
Sanders.
Yep, to get to fly with these guys is really an honor. Yeah.
You were very excited this morning. The restoration, how long did it take you to get Plum Crazy ready to go?
Oh my gosh. It was a 4-year restoration run by the Planes of or Fighter Rebuilders, Steve Hinton Jr. So really excited to get ready for the races last year. It was kind of racing of my flying career to be out there last year.
You fly all the things, and she's, as we discussed, I said this earlier, Vicki, I'm gonna, she's obviously very even keeled and measured, but you giggled this morning because you've got some very fun stuff coming up for your demonstration day. I don't want to give it all right. See, she's like, oh yeah. These are incredible
We're back
machines.
in Reno, baby.
and you're aware a little bit about the support that you have from CAU.
Oh, so California Aeronautical University, they're down in Bakersfield. They have campuses in Oxnard and San Diego and Phoenix. And to at least all the local air shows, they bring a trailer and they're out there supporting me. So that's kind of cool.
They're an incredible partnership. We
They are an
enjoy.
incredible partnership.
I will have the honor to talk about it during your flight, during the air show, to talk about the CAU and also the incredible stories behind Plum Crazy.
Look at Dennis's smoke.
Is it?
I've been
twisting.
asking my husband for smoke.
Jeff.
Smoke for Christmas.
You want
He
smoke
said
for Christmas?
no.
I'm happy with a bottle of wine and candles, and she's like, I need a smoke system.
Smoke system.
For Plum Crazy, please. That's outstanding. That's wonderful. Vicki, thanks for making the time to chat with us. Stay with us here as we get ready to take this shot in full, so you can get a nice close look here at Dennis Sanders' gorgeous airplane.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, thank you so much. We have the specs up there. The length of the Sea Fury going through the ceiling, 35,800 feet and a range of 1,130 miles per hour. Beautiful seeing the Sea Fury fly here in Reno, hearing from the incredible Vicki Benzing, who took the time to come up. She still has to get ready to fly later today. And as we continue, we have more guests joining us on set as we continue to watch Dennis Sanders.
Greg Gibson joining us now. Greg, obviously working with the Reno Air Racing Association and NCAR, but Dennis Sanders is near and dear to your heart, Greg, and he's who's flying now. We're taking a listen to that incredible engine. Tell me a little bit about your friend Dennis Sanders.
Well, Dennis and his family just represent, air racing. If you look at that, there's such a heritage there. Right now, Dennis is 24 that actually he flies in the races. He's been our person of the year. He's been an air race champion. His daughter Shannon, married to Joel Swagger, of course, flies Dreadnought. The whole thing. It's just such an exciting thing to see that legacy continue. We even watched little Owen, grandson comes out here. He's got his little Dreadnought up there next to big Dreadnought, polishing it out. So as much as we love the excitement of the air races, it's certainly about the family. and the tradition that carries on. And we're so excited that to have Dennis here representing not only the air racing and the unlimited class, but the Sanders family here. Be very modest about their contribution, but we'll say it for him about how much we appreciate them and how much they've done to further this sport. It's just really fantastic.
From Reno to Roswell, what are you most excited about as you look at what's ahead?
Such a list.
Yeah.
I had not spent a lot of time down there, and I went down there. The people are absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
You walk into that town, and I love walking in all branded up because it's just like you just get mobbed. I couldn't even get, I was trying to get my rental car the last time I went in there, and the poor guy just wanted to talk so much about air racing. The people behind us are like, hey, can we get our car? So to get in a restaurant, welcoming, and then you get out to the airfield, and of course it's a former military base. So you just got acres and acres and acres of it's very flat. It's in the desert.
Yep.
As far as land encroachment or things, building buildings that are going to interfere with racing, we do not have that issue. For the
Which was a consideration as you guys were
It was a consideration.
Absolutely.
Safety, being able to put an airplane down that's having a problem in there. Huge medical response. They have actually training facilities. So not only do we have leaders that are there in the capacity to handle any sort of incident that could come up, no matter what it is, weather or an incident on the track, but you also have a student population there that's managing. And it was another big consideration for the choice there at Roswell.
Yeah, certainly as we watched, we dipped into you giving away the scholarships. The Reno Air Racing Association and NCAR obviously being front and center in making sure that our kids are inspired and also have the funds to be able to execute on their dreams. Greg Gibson, thank you so much for being here with us. Stay with us as we get ready for Undaunted air shows. This should be a lot of fun, Brittany.
And there they are getting demonstration, taxiing out right now. A huge thank you to Greg Gibson for taking time to come up here, talking about the connection of air shows and air racing. Again, blending it all together right now as we have Undaunted air shows coming in. The Undaunted Air Shows teams draws its inspiration from both small and large formation teams, including the renowned U.S. Navy Blue Angels, U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, and the Canadian Forces Snowbirds. They will perform many of the same maneuvers of these elite teams, but they do so with just 2 aircraft, showcasing the dynamic RV-7 kicking off right now. Unique approach involves frequently changing positions, and we will be able to see that as you look at the red and the orange taking to the sky right now. They will transition from left wing to right wing to the slot or in trailing position. And the dynamic movements keeps their performance engaging as well as challenging as they execute loops, rolls, lead changes, and thrilling head-to-head passes, all designed with their audience in mind, both virtually with here who are tuning in and also for those who are surrounding us in the grandstands as they are watching live and in person. The team right now setting up, getting ready for their demonstration. It is exciting. I had the privilege. I have not watched Undaunted air shows before or announced for them. And this was really exciting to see their rehearsal yesterday. They took to the sky during the twilight show, and it was definitely thrilling to see the RVs take to formation and head-to-head execution. Just like they said, stealing a lot of inspiration from our military jet teams. And there we go, smoke is on. They encourage spectators to identify these positions. We'll talk about them as they go through.
That's a tight formation, looking sharp, boys.
And watch, they will slide closer and closer together.
As is always the case, So often when you talk to airshow performers, it was an airshow experience that got them interested in becoming a part of this world. And same for the Millen teams. No different. A lot of them saw a fighter pilot fly, and then of course the Top Gun 1 came out, and that was the end of it. So it's fun to be a part of this inspirational story.
So as we encourage all of you to chime in with us, please let us know where you're checking in from. Undaunted wants you to do the exact same thing. You can tag Undaunted Air Shows. They also have videos of the performances that you can follow them on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Rumble, and YouTube. So please check in with all of us.
David West checking in from Virginia Beach said David loved the show from Oceana, which we just did, and decided to tune back in. David, welcome very much. Paul Agnew, watch. But also we've got lots of folks checking in now. David Haney from France, which is marvelous. Also Dennis, actually from right here, right by us, Lemon Valley, Nevada. Daniel, glad you're with us on this broadcast. Daniel Castaneda. We're going to get these check-ins from folks all over the place. I think we had Cambodia. I'm sure at some point our friends from New Zealand are going to join us on. So thank you guys for your check-ins.
Watching the team a wing over right now as they change what they were talking about, encouraging continue to adjust and change their maneuvers throughout their entire demonstration. Now, beyond their aerobatic formation demonstration, they will incorporate all the basic fighter maneuvers, or BFM, that every military pilot learns. As they do a crossover right there, we will see that later on with the Blues.
For people who have had the good fortune to take an aerobatic flight, and Brittany, I know you've done that, BFM is next level. It often makes people pass out, and even fighter pilots who are flying in the back seat when they're not in control of their own fight through some nausea as a result of BFM. So it's no joke what they're doing out there.
No joke at all. And we just saw the head-to-head. I call it a little bit of a game of chicken as they are going towards one another and now circling around, adjusting their maneuvers with their own exciting touches. They continue to perform dynamic separations. Again, we saw the head-to-head passes and their complex rejoins, as you will see right now coming in. There it is.
We need to make a list of everyone who's got a smoke system and give it to Jeff Benzing. Vicki Benzing's husband, because everyone, she would like a smoke system, which is great. I love that.
Shout out smoke system for Christmas.
That's right.
I like that. One of the things Undaunted Airshow is their purpose. Their purpose is to equip the airshows with formation flying, again, the basic fighter maneuvers, and to demonstrate safety flying with these home builds, the RV7 and RV8.
I'm noticing a lot of Canadians checking in as well, and heard exactly what those planes are, so we hope we've answered that question for you. Lars joining us from Denmark. But listen, we've got Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Matthew, welcome to the broadcast. Baz, Nova Scotia. Infantry joining us from Ontario, so you obviously have gotten word that your CF Snowbirds, the Canadian Forces Snowbirds, are going to fly later today. We had Rich McDougall on the set. Ken Hildebrandt, our air show announcer friend. Yes, she's the big brother and just a wonderful asset to the air show industry. Ken, thank you so much for saying hi to us in the live broadcast. We miss you and hope to see you soon. Cancun, Mexico. The weather down there probably about as warm as it is here. I should go look and see. Hopefully it's not the wet season down there. Antonio, thank you for being a part of the broadcast.
Again, watching the formation, one of the things Undaunted wanted to talk about too is the progression of formation flying. So as we're going through watching, look at that. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, really nicely done.
The communication behind it. Formation flying is a disciplined flight of 2 or more aircraft under the command of a flight leader, which is unique with Undaunted air shows because I've seen them change positions so often. I actually am going to ask them either this evening or tomorrow at brief if they switch leads or if they have a common lead because they are maneuvering so much throughout the demonstration. I'm actually curious as to who's who's the lead.
Hopefully they'll come by the set and give us a little taxi cam, and we'll get them up here and ask them that directly. Because you're right, it looks from my uneducated eye like there is some lead switching there, which would be an interesting. I've not heard of that before, so we'll get it straight from them. Maybe I'm just seeing things a little bit differently, but they can certainly explain how they decide who's in trail for each maneuver that they fly.
So talking about the history, geese employ formation of energy during their long migrations. Military aircraft use formation flying to enhance fuel efficiency, improve visibility, concentrate firepower, and provide mutual protection against enemy threats. So again, progressing through, it dates back to World War I. In 1914, the German pilot Oswald led a decisive victory in the dawn of a new era in aerial warfare. And again, pilots quickly recognized that the tactical advantages of flying information, revolutionizing in where we start to demonstrate formation flying in an aerobatic way, a beautiful ballet in the sky with precision in their execution, constantly switching positions, leads, entrail, and coming back. I just can't get enough of watching Undaunted air shows.
All right, Sally and BAL, we're doing our best, friends. We have so many people checking in on the chat. What I love now is folks as far away as England are going, where's my shout out? We're doing the best we can. We also want to make sure that we dip in and out of that as Brittany tries to explain to you what it is that you're actually seeing taking place in the sky. But we wanted to just give you guys a gentle ribbing and say hello, hello, and we are very grateful that you're here in the broadcast.
And our tech specs up on your screen right now. Again, this is a home build. This is something that you can follow many different airshow not airshow pilots, but pilots in general who are interested in learning how to build their own airplane. Some of them will do it in their basement, they'll do it in a hangar, they'll do it in a garage, and it's really fun to see something where you can put it together. It's like Legos, and you just have to find all the parts and put it together.
Okay.
Restoration.
I wasn't great at Legos either.
I wasn't
and it's
either.
certainly not a thing that you want to step on when you're walking across the living room in the dark. But these airplanes, when they're built, are built with a care and precision. If you talk to any home builder, and certainly Brittany and I both spend time at EAA Oshkosh Air Venture, and you really have a chance to see the love and care that people have put into building these incredible airplanes. I'm a huge low-wing fan.
Yes. Well,
You're like, I don't care. Does it fly? Yes,
yes,
I like it.
I'll take anything. I soloed in a 150.
Ooh, very nice.
Still need to finish, but I want to talk about their sponsors.
Yes, please.
This is a great plug for Lycon Aircraft Engines based in California. They're a go-to source for aviation power. But I also want to say Todd right now. So Todd's record-holding RV8 and Jeff Laval's impressive 410 mile per hour, 8-time Reno National Champion Glass Air. Again, contact Lycon for them, a huge sponsor. Thank you for helping them to bring the RV7 and 8 to the Reno Air Show today.
Even when we talk about, what has happened here with NCAR and the Reno Air Racing Association, it all comes together because of both sponsors and volunteers. So always nice to be able to give their sponsors some love as we also think about some of the excitement that's coming up ahead with the city of Roswell. We'll be talking to the mayor here in just a little bit about the enthusiasm that the new location has for everything that goes on here in the ground, with the pits and also up in the air for the air show portion of it. So that's very exciting stuff yet to come.
Watching their maneuvers, this is not easy as they wing over and trail right now. Coming back through, they shared a story not too long ago at Holloman Air Force Base at the open house. And they performed, and afterwards, as many of our airshow pilots do, they were walking the crowd, and they had a little girl run up to them, and they said the two airplanes reminded them of a dance in the sky, and that's exactly what they are doing. The precision so tight right now as Undaunted comes back around. Excellent. Capturing right now our formation team as they dive back down, pull back. Hopefully you had the opportunity to listen in just a bit to the RVs as they go by. Again, beyond its practical applications, formation flying is truly a breathtaking and awe-inspiring spectacle. It stands as a testament to the exceptional skill and precision of military pilots, showcasing the harmony and coordination achievable through its rigorous training and discipline. And that's exactly what we have seen today here with Undaunted Air Shows. Again, please not only join us and chime in, but please join them again at Undaunted Air Shows. You can find them on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Rumble, and YouTube.
We have much more to come, and so as we sign off for a quick break, we want to say a shout out to Mark Perry watching us all the way from Hawaii. Aloha, my friend. Much more to come.
Lake, these beautiful cliffs, and I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, where is this place? It turns out it was right in my own backyard.
I'm not a passenger. I'm a pilot.
In training?
Yeah, in training. My dad taught me to fly. To fire the burner, read the wind, and plot a course over our home, the land of enchantment. Are we still in New Mexico?
I've always been interested in space art ever since I was a kid. I've never lost that childhood imagination. I just wanted that feeling of a family having an outer space adventure together and come through as a family unit victorious.
And we are back right now here in Reno for the air show, and we have a very special guest joining us because up next it is going to be our Stol drag demonstration, and I need yeehaw!
Yeehaw!
Here we go, team.
This is Roger Sewell, everyone. Roger, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How's everybody doing today?
You had to take your cowboy hat off
yeah,
first, my
it doesn't
friend.
fit with the headphones. Unfortunately, I need to modify one so I can do it with.
Wouldn't that be awesome? You're quite handy. You build all the team badges and do a lot of different things with the Stol team as we see them out there. Tell me a little bit about how you got involved.
So, I've been an aviation family forever, and back in 2016, went out to the Dead Cow Lake bed for the High Sierra Fly-In. Met Kevin Quinn. As you can see the airplanes here, basically a gathering of all of these airplanes out at the Dead Cow Lake bed just west of Pyramid Lake. As, you know, sort of like the Burning Man for airplanes. And
Yeah,
just,
that it is.
You know, and it's sort of, you know, if you kind of know what you look like you're doing, somebody says, hey, can you come help me with this? Come volunteer. And I'm hearing sense. And, you know, the relationships.
Oh, look at this camera.
Oh, coming right in.
So that's Hal Stockman there. That's the Badlands Vaquero, which is brand new. That's different than the Badlands Traveler because that has a Rotax engine in it.
Okay.
So that's why that one's a little bit different. And there's Harry Beaupre and his Kit Fox, and Kevin Palmer, based right here at Stead, in his Kit Fox as well. And what they're doing here is they're taxiing up to the line because the way Stol drag works is it's cool to do short takeoffs and landings, but when a bunch of guys get a bunch of beers around a campfire, they said, what's cooler than one guy flying, two guys flying side by side in close proximity? And that's Kevin Quinn out there in the middle. He's going to launch him here with a 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Oh, let's go. Who's going to win? Who's going to win? What do you think?
Full power.
I'm going red.
I'm saying Kevin Palmer on the right there.
Is that the red?
Yeah, that's the red.
That's what I want.
Oh, look at him go. He is catching up.
Harry is the king of the side slip, and the reason why they do that is you're racing down the course. It's 2,000 feet long, and when you get to the other end,
my word.
Look at Harry in the slip.
Come on.
We call him the master of the slip.
So what now? What needs to happen here?
He's got to slow down as quickly as possible, and there's a line chalk line out there, and you have to land on or beyond that line, come to a complete stop on your heading, and that's for safety. They've stopped. Tails, they're going to spin around and come back, and you've got to stop on heading because we don't want people veering off the course. And if you get sideways, you just got to shut it down. We can't have airplanes touching each other. So Harry's now on his way back.
This looks fun. I'm not going to, this looks real fun.
So Roger, I have a question. You said on or below, which tires?
Oh, that's
so,
slip.
So the main tires, there's a line at both ends of the course, 2,000 feet long. We started with a mile and realized our radios and we couldn't even see the airplanes that far away. So you saw the line there. Kevin's now applying the brakes. They're both, Kevin's running a little bit long. You notice his airplane, the Kit Fox, it's like the flaps and ailerons. It's just one big piece.
Yeah.
It's a flapper on there. So you don't have separate flaps and ailerons on that type of airplane, but you will see it on the Kit Fox. There's Kevin there, and Ryan Greenlaw in the back. And this Highlander in the front is Aaron Greer. And you can see that line there. And you pull up to the line, and Kevin will stop you on the line. And then as soon as he says 3, 2, 1, see you, off you go.
This is an exhibition.
See ya.
Bye. This is an exhibition, but it's important for people to understand that in terms of racing, as we have an eye toward Roswell, tell me a little bit about beyond the exhibition into the class of racing.
Yeah, so when we get down to Roswell, we're going to have a whole bunch more airplanes. There's money up for grabs. That's a big deal, right? People want to pay for their trip or take a little bit of extra money home. So when we take it down to Roswell, people are going to be really eager to win. There's a lot of competition, very friendly, but we're very excited to get down to Roswell and see what we can do there.
So Roger, tell me, this is something new for me as well. I continue to learn about Stol and especially Stol drag. If people are interested in getting started, how do they go about doing that?
You can race Stol drag in any airplane.
Any airplane.
Doesn't matter.
A Cessna 150.
Yeah,
I mean, you would lose, but
we've had people do it in a Cherokee and a 150.
Really?
But what we do is we have a training course, which Kevin runs.
Okay.
We're an accredited FAA course for Stol drag that you have to run and be certified before you can come race. So if we come in, some guys get certified, some don't. Some need to come back, work on their skills. But these are very, very valuable skills in any type of flying. What we're doing here is specifically power and energy management. You saw the slip. Coming off the line, you're just throwing the power, get off the ground as quickly as you can. But when you come into land, you got to throw that airplane sideways. Like you saw Harry.
Yes.
Full right rudder, right 15 feet off the ground. He's slowing that airplane down, and then he flattens it out, drops it right on the ground. And those skills are transferable everywhere in aviation. This all started because people needed this for necessity in hunting, fishing, Alaska, things like that. And then just like NASCAR started, the bootleggers said, my car is faster than your car. These guys said, well, my airplane can land shorter than yours. Mine can take off shorter than yours. They're given a head start. There's Jeffro and the...
Now talk about the head start.
Yeah.
So this is what we call a bracket race because Jeff's a slower, bigger, heavier airplane. That was a nose dragger Cessna 175.
So that's how they even it out. You get the head start.
You get the head start.
Like
so they converted that to a tail dragger.
It's like a handicap in golf.
It's just about. So he's got a titanium gear on that 35-inch bush wheels. That's been converted to the experimental exhibition class. He's got slats on that thing. You'll see him turn around.
Oh, and look at.
But this is so nice. So everyone does get to participate as well.
Absolutely.
This makes it fun. So now, I take back when I said you would lose because you might not. If you have the right head start, you actually have a shot. And also, you need expert piloting and the skills to be able to pull it off. This is cool.
So is this ground effect then that you're generating?
Yeah, they're all in the ground effect at this point, right? Take your wingspan, turn it vertically. They're all operating in that area. So you'll see guys a lot of times.
That slip.
They'll kick out of the slip and they'll float a little bit. Jeffro's just getting his airplane slowing down there. They put a big 0470 motor on that thing. He just redid the panel. But see, the lighter airplane's got better braking. He probably weighs, I don't know, 880 pounds is my guess. And Jeffro's 1,600, 1,700, I'm guessing. And there's Kathy Page.
She's amazing.
She is incredible.
She's a good friend of
We
mine.
absolutely
We
love
may joke
Kathy.
about boys and beers, but I promise you, Kathy's like, boys, this is what we're doing today. And people go, you're right, Kathy, that's what we're doing.
And
She's awesome.
Kathy puts the boys to shame.
She does. She's real. Let's
She
watch.
is a hell of a pilot.
She is.
So-
She is awesome.
Roger, I'm wondering, with this shot right now, can you walk us through what it's like to be the pilot in the cockpit? Talk us through what's happening.
Yeah, it's all nerves. Because you want to win, especially when people are very competitive, like Steve Henry, who's not here, does very well. You can see another bracket race there.
Okay.
But you're nervous, you want to win. But in the back of your mind, what's the most important thing? Safety, right? Don't cross the center line. She's got her hand on the flaps.
There's the flaps.
She'll pull the flaps, bounce, jump off the ground. They'll leave the flaps up, right? Get the smooth air over the wing until they're ready to come off the ground. Ooh, a little bit of gust of wind there, you can see. But yeah, you're nervous, but you want to be safe, right? Your wing can't cross over the midline. There's a bunch of ways you can get disqualified. If your wing crosses over the center line, disqualified for the entire event.
Okay.
We run the outsides of the lanes. Your wings can extend over the outside of the lane, but never the middle. If you land short, it's a penalty.
Ooh, it's a race, friends.
If you don't stop, yeah, this is a great race.
Oh, good. Okay.
A little bit of a bracket race here.
I'm hooked. I was anyway, Roger.
It is
fun.
a silly amount of fun.
We are leaning in over the desk right now.
I'm in
Tuned
the shot. Sorry, guys. I apologize.
We've been doing this for a bunch of years now, all over the country, and you know, we were talking about how this leads into other things, right? You know, through you, Steph.
Yeah.
With these backcountry airplanes, we were able to take the Canadian snowbirds flying yesterday. Took their entire team flying in the backcountry. Just some folks doing absolutely amazing things. That 9-ship demonstration flying, you know, just a few feet apart.
I had dinner with some members of the team, including Boss, that the team had just a marvelous time with you guys. So thanks for taking them up. And the maintainers as well.
Yeah, you know, it's very important to us that we take the maintainers.
Yeah.
Because the only reason those guys get up in the air is because the maintainers, all the hard work they put in.
That's right.
And there's Kevin.
There's Kevin, yep, he's talking on the radio there.
Send them.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it was neat to hear that they had such a great time, and one of them did come up afterwards and say, you know, I've been in aviation a long time. Yesterday was my best day in aviation. Had a couple of us got pretty teary-eyed because for us to just be able to share something we think is so normal with some people who haven't, you know, same thing here. The Blues give rides to somebody in the media and a local influencer, and they're also great friends of ours, and we've taken them flying. And, you know, we've taken the snowbirds flying. You know, yesterday was a big win for us because it's all 3 of the North American jet teams we've now taken flying. When, you know, for them to trust us and to prove to them that we can be safe and have a great time.
You already vetted yourself because you are now officially the newest class in the National Championship Air Races.
I think, if my memory serves, I believe it's the newest class in the last 20 years after the jet class, I believe. So, you know, the amount of paperwork that has to happen there and all the work that Kevin Quinn has put in to make that happen, and all the paperwork and all of our volunteers.
Well, and not only that, but when I, you know, having been here with the races for a couple of years, when I walk down in your pits, I see a lot of kids. I see a lot of youth in there, very intrigued, because while some of these planes are highly modified and do cost a lot of money, there is this is more maybe price point approachable, certainly than the Unlimited, certainly than jet class.
Yeah,
but really, it's an opportunity for people to do some basic stick and rudder skills, even if you're not at the level to, you know, do Stol flying the way these guys do.
I mean, it really is, because we've had guys compete in a $20,000 Cessna 172.
Yeah.
Like Steph said, they're not going to win the whole thing, but they're going to have a good time.
That's right.
But, you know, Carbon Cub might be $400,000, you know, depending on what you want and where you want to put your money. But flying is available to everybody at lots of price levels. Like you said, a P-51 might cost me $3.5 million, you know, someday, right?
Yeah.
But
someday, way far in the future,
yeah,
when we win the lottery.
This airplane here used to belong to Mark Patey, brother of Mike Patey.
Well known, guys. If anyone's in aviation, you should know those names.
Everybody knows about Draco and Draco X that's coming up soon.
And Scrappy.
And Scrappy, obviously. Yep.
They're like the mad scientists of aviation.
They
are.
True. Mike's a good friend of ours and such an amazing human. That whole family is absolutely incredible. And
hi, Chandra.
and they were involved in Stol. That airplane there on the left side. Mark won the World Championship in Stol, maybe it's 2017, 2018.
Nice.
Out at the Dead Cow Lake Bed. And there's Hal in the slip there.
Our camera crew is having a blast right now, just watching them slip right into the camera. There's our team. Hey, crew.
Looking good.
And now it ends with the stop, right?
It is. When the tail wheel comes down, that's when the timer would stop.
Okay.
Meaning that it's just a demonstration. There's no timers out there. They're just having a good time and showing everybody what we can do out on the course.
Now this is the noisy one, right?
This is, yeah.
What makes it noisy?
It is a big motor. It's a 0470 with 9-to-1 pistons in it, just to bump up the power a little bit. And it's what happens is when that blade tip goes supersonic, when you rev that motor up too high, that's where you get all that noise, right? And you start to lose efficiency on the propeller, so you back the RPM off a little bit to keep those prop tips out of supersonic.
And we talk about that, obviously, with the T6s and the Titan team. Okay, let's take a listen. Hang on.
And we can hear them from here.
Yeah, that's loud.
That's a louder.
We have headsets on, and it's still echoing in here.
And I saw that you had cheese on when you guys were in Virginia Beach.
Chris Kapushansky from the Blue Angels joined us in Oceana for the broadcast, gave us a bunch of behind the scenes for the Blue Angels, but also a great friend, Roger, of yours and of the Stol guys.
Yeah, I appreciated the shout out because we had taken them flying. We had the opportunity. Look, Jeff Rowe's going to smoke the place out there.
Little competition.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to take the Blue Angels between their Seattle and Billings show last year up to a friend's private ranch and spend 3 days with them flying, horseback riding, fishing. You know, if we didn't take pictures, nobody would believe us. All of us just in awe the entire time.
I got the text messages from both of you all, the Blues and you guys. It was a great time. But it was a nice opportunity, really, to showcase for folks who spend most of their time either flying off a boat or in, great jets, what a different type of flying is. And you absolutely have inspired some of these folks who maybe don't have a general aviation background to want to learn what you do and get one of these airplanes
And
themselves.
like I said, everybody can get involved, especially coming to the High Sierra flying. It won't happen this year. It'll be every other year. Yeah, Kathy.
Sorry, I mean, I'm team
She's
Kathy,
got that
guys.
belly pod in there, and she just travels. She stopped by my place in Utah on her way through Idaho, flying in the backcountry, just having fun.
Yeah.
Then emptied out all of the stuff from her belly pod into my car and said, "Let's go racing."
I said, "Okay."
So yeah, it's you don't have to have a dedicated airplane to come race. You can fly it around the backcountry, bring it out here, unload it, lighten it up so you're quicker, and it looks like she's getting ready to go.
She's got doors open. She's like, we're getting a little cross breeze
Yeah, it might
today.
be a little hot.
It is
a little
hot.
warm.
Guys, it's hot up here, but I'm not going to complain. Look at what job we have, Brittany. Our lives are good. I think I see a snowbird sticker on her.
Yes,
I see that.
That's brand new as of yesterday. There's a Blue Angels one on there somewhere.
That's really cool.
Well, and you talked about the Blues before. Griffin Stengel, his mom and dad, Nan and Jim always tune in to the live if they aren't here. And she just sent a message and she said, "We're watching you guys."
That's awesome.
So hi, Nan and Jim. Thanks for tuning in again. And of course, this is what the live broadcast is all about, is that we get to not only be here in person, but to our families and our friends that aren't able to travel to Reno, we're here with you.
Yeah,
And I think we even got Bruce tuned in his airplane while he's ferrying an airplane. I sent him the link. He's like, "Well, I'm going to try." He's flying at 50 feet off the ground all the way to
I was
Minneapolis.
going to say, well, that's how he's doing it. Hi, Bruce. How you doing, my friend?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Bruce.
But you've got, like I said, the Blue Angels family watching us. We certainly appreciate you guys tuning in and having a blast. As much fun as we are wherever you're watching us from, which right now, by the way, is all over the world.
That's incredible.
Yeah, we've had folks all over the place.
So Kevin was going to try, just for our live Airshow TV, for our live broadcast, try and pull off something special so I can see the parade coming through. And maybe, Roger, what you can do is point out the aircraft to us and what we have.
The little surprise we have here will be Jeff Rowe in that big Cessna 175, and they're going to taxi around the Blue Angels, and I think make a right turn, come taxiing right here by us. And
they've got the follow me. That's the golf cart I want to do. Kevin's like, follow me, I have friends.
Jeff Rowe in that airplane they call the Beast has one of the most impressive smoke systems we've ever seen. when we were flying the snowbirds. They said, "Can you come over and help us figure out how to make a better smoke system in our airplane?"
Oh, you need to talk to Jeff Benzing.
Okay.
Because
Vicki Benzing's husband.
Vicky wants more smoke on our wingtips.
We'll
so we'll
send
have
her
to
up to
set
Kyle
up.
Bushman in Oregon.
There we go.
Creswell, Oregon.
So the parade.
There's Harry in his Kit Fox. That's Hal in his brand new. It's the only one that exists. The Badlands Vaquero.
This is our taxi cam, folks. We've got our camera crew right out there on the ramp as they are coming on by, following Kevin Quinn in the golf cart and giving us a parade of planes really for your benefit on the broadcast. Obviously, folks in the grandstand getting quite a show as well, so it's kind of, we're double dipping, but we talked to folks about that in the safety brief this morning.
Here they come.
Here they come.
All right, we're going to give them a wave right now. They
Kathy Page giving us a wave. The Beast. We've got the Beast.
There's Kathy. Love that.
Hi.
Look at that, a handout.
There's Harry and Aaron there, and he's got a big moose sticker.
And the blues behind us are backdrop.
I mean, that's fantastic, you guys. I love that.
We'll see if Jeff will give us a little blast.
Oh, I think it's coming. So that big white beast of an airplane that's coming
loud
in last. Keep your eyes on this. I have a feeling he's going to just, well, give us a smoke show. Look at that airplane. Even it's cool when you get to see
the artwork.
This close.
I'm hoping he gives us a little 360 of smoke there.
I do too. I hope so. Let's see what's going to happen.
He might do
You're
it
as
out
much
here.
a part of this.
All right.
Okay, let's see. Is he going to do it?
It's right behind us, our taxi cam
Oh, it's
here.
happening. It's happening.
go.
Here we go. This is for us.
Away.
Nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he disappeared. Oh, okay. This is, we're
He
not
just
disappearing.
white out the entire
Where?
ramp.
Look at that on this.
And he's just going to have to shut down. He's in there somewhere. Holy smoke.
Oh, wait, we're going to get smoked out on the
We are
set right
absolutely
now.
getting smoked out. We're going to disappear here in a second. Yeah, he's just going to have to sit still for a little bit.
That's
and wait
amazing.
For this.
Look at the smoke
Nice
coming.
job, Jeff.
A new taxi cam
Well
record set
done.
for us. That's not.
Well done.
Oh, poof. What is
There
the smell? What is that?
Smoke oil.
Ugh,
Well,
goodness
as we clear the set, we will be back in just a moment. Stay tuned here, Reno Airshow.
Puh. I love it.
That's awesome.
It is awesome.
You know you're ready to chase down passions, push some boundaries, and bet on yourself for a change. Well, here's that chance. Untamed spaces and endless nights await. So make tracks to where the country's largest alpine lake meets the biggest little city in the world. Wider horizons, brighter lights. No limits.
The 1970s was a wide-open decade of innovation with some remarkable aircraft and pilots coming onto the scene. In the Unlimiteds, Darrell Greenemeyer's domination was ended by men whose names have become lore in air racing and aviation. Lyle Shelton flew his F-8F Bearcat to 2 titles. The plane's iconic name, Rare Bear, would come later. Airshow performer Lefty Gardner proved his air racing mettle at the controls of a P-51 Mustang called Thunderbird, taking one of the unlimited titles. In the late 70s, Greenemeyer changed seats and turned heads in a highly modified Griffin-powered Mustang called Red Baron. He won his 7th and last unlimited title in the plane in 1977. The next year, Steve Hinton flew Red Baron to the gold title and then survived a crash in the plane the next year. A trio of pilots dominated the biplane class in the 1970s. Bob Boland, Don Beck, and Sid White all won at least twice at speeds that topped 200 miles per hour before the decade ended. The T6 class quickly became Reno's most competitive class. Pat Palmer and Gotcha won more than anyone else, as speed stayed consistently in the low 200 miles per hour range. The Formula One class in the 70s belonged to Ray Cote and Shoestring. This pairing won 6 of 9 championships. John Parker, a sport class standout today, won 2 of the others. The 1970s, air racing in Reno picks up speed.
And there we go, watching Tucker's Rescue 82 Air Patrol, his dead stick performance. The hugs, he brought it in under dead stick all the way in. And as we welcome him back, he will come back in the air show later for a few other demonstrations. We welcome to the set, Steph, another special guest.
We the mayor of Roswell, New Mexico, Tim Jennings, joining us now on set. How are you doing today?
Great. It's been fantastic.
Hey, I got to ask you this question. This is the burning question. Everybody out here wants to know who's watching. As the new host city for the national championships on that, by the way, what are the preps that are underway? Because it's coming next year.
Oh, we've got our course laid out. We the FAA, so that part's all good. And now jobs are to get out there and build pylons and get them all set up. And it's a lot of work.
Yeah, oh, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, but we're grateful for you for doing it, that's for sure.
So we had Greg Gibson up here before, and he said the hospitality already. Talk to us about what the residents are feeling and the businesses, knowing that this announcement has been made and we're coming there soon.
Oh, the residents in Roswell are just ecstatic. They are so happy. We had air shows in 87, 88, and 89, just air shows, and the community really loved them. And so this is going to bring air shows back, but on top of that, the fastest racing in the world.
So in addition to having just some of the most incredible flying machines that are out there, you mentioned it, fastest motorsport in the world. One of the things that really makes this event work, for the September family is obviously the ability to enjoy all the other things that Roswell has to offer. Talk a little bit about that, please.
Oh, Roswell, we have some incredible museums. A lot of people don't know that, Robert Goddard, who they named the Space Center after, he started in Roswell.
Okay.
And he developed jet engines, he developed rockets, and everything. The only people watching him were the Germans. And you can go see his workshop in our Roswell Museum. And we have the Anderson Museum's fantastic. And then on top of all that, we have the only intergalactic museum in the world, and that's all about the UFOs that are all right here, right there in Roswell. The UFO was coming by because he'd seen all the rockets and going up and coming down that Dr. Goddard was sending up in the 20s and 30s. And then, right after that, they were turning left to go to Trinity Site where the first atomic bomb went off. And, oh, my gosh, lightning hit them and it crashed at their spaceship. And so, they got all the bodies and took them to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. But it's the only intergalactic landing spot in the United States or the world.
And you know what I love? I love that the city of Roswell, with the logo and the pins, has leaned into that. Mayor Tim Jennings, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations. We look forward to seeing you next fall. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Now, we are getting ready to welcome the Renegade Aviator as we take a look at Bill Stein preparing to get ready. He will be coming up here shortly. Right now, that's David Koska, aka the Renegade Aviator, corporate jet captain, chief pilot, and air show performer with 20,000 hours of flight experience. in over 150 types of aircraft. What a day it has been. Again, joining us here with Live Airshow TV at Reno Airshow with Steph Strickland and Brittany Nielsen. Please be sure to check in with us. We've enjoyed hearing from all across the world, and I can't wait. We will be doing this again tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. And again, encourage your friends and family, share the link with everyone, and be a part of the Reno Airshow and learn about air racing. I have learned so much. And Roswell, having the mayor up here right now, getting pinned, man, this is exciting.
It is really exciting, and it's funny because while you're working through your scripts, I was just realizing that our desk, myself, and my notes are covered from the smoke oil system that the Beast deposited all over us and everyone else. So that was actually a super fun treat, and we hope that for everyone watching the broadcast that you get a sense for the enthusiasm. It's no easy task to pick up and move something as large as the Reno Air Races to a new location in Roswell, but that has been something that has really been a focus of this team and making sure that they have what it takes. So again, our hardworking team here at Live Airshow TV in partnership with the National Championship Air Races is definitely excited about what you are about to see as you see the Renegade Aviator get ready to taxi out.
So our TS-11 Iskra Jet coming in. Again, Renegade Aviator. I will talk about this a little bit during the demonstration as we watched David taxi out right now. He has some special information just for our live audience, so I will be sharing that with you. Renegade Aviator, it's Renegade and that's AV, the number 8. And you want to keep that in mind later to join us on social, but there's also a special shout out from him and the team for you just tuning in live. So again, Renegade, AV, the number 8, and R.
While we're waiting for him to take off, we're going to introduce you now to Mike Espiritu, who is the president and CEO of the Roswell Chavez County Economic Development Corporation. Mike, thank you so much for being here with us. How exciting is this to see this air show as we get ready to take these races to Roswell?
Well, we're super excited, obviously. This is an opportunity for race fans across the globe, and not only because we're known in Roswell for aviation, but also we're also known for these green creatures that people talk about on occasion. So we're really thrilled about this opportunity and being the home of NCAR.
Hang out with us here while we watch this race get underway.
So coming in.
I said race.
You said race?
I got races on the brain, my friends. Bear with me. This demonstration.
The demonstration, again, Dave Koska lives in Reno, Nevada, right here. And the Renegade Aviator, the TS-11 Iskra Jet, is based in nearby Minden, Nevada. David operated a jet class race team for several years with his stock L-29 jet being flown by racers like Pete and Scott Farnsworth. So much history and legacy. He originally purchased the jet for air racing, and you just might see him racing in Roswell, New Mexico very soon.
That's a nice shot with those flags, too.
Right over the grandstand. He's coming back around with a background in both aviation and executive leadership positions in multiple industries, including healthcare, technology, and aviation. David uses his expertise to improve performance and develop innovative solutions. Again, Renegade Aviator up there on your screen. One of the things I wanted to share with you is just for the live broadcast, his daughter wrote a book and it's Math QRH. And if you are tuning in, often what they do is they share the information of the book to the performers, the fans here on site. And he said for Live Airshow TV, just go to renegadeaviator.com. Or you can go to mathqrh.com, mention Live Airshow TV, and they will send you the e-version of that book. Again, his daughter, talking about education. We were talking about STEM here. It's really important for them to share this information. So again, you can go to Math QRH, mention Live Airshow TV, and they will send you the e-version of that book.
We talked about David Costa perhaps getting ready himself to make the move to Roswell. I want to talk about what air race fans who are planning their first visit to Roswell can expect, Mike.
I'll tell you what, they're going to visit an incredible community. That's a region full of people that are longing for this fantastic opportunity. The impact it'll have on our region, obviously, from an economic perspective, is profound. And we know that.
Yeah.
And we're sad for Reno, but we're happy for us, obviously. But, you know, in July, we have a big UFO festival in Roswell. And we hope to see race fans there as well during that time of year. But I think we'll see, because we are an aviation community.
Right.
You know, with our big airport and great runways and great opportunity.
Well, Mayor Jennings mentioning some of the museums. I mean, you've got a lot of stuff going on out there.
You know, we have 7 museums in Roswell.
Yeah.
Most people don't realize how much opportunity there is there and what a great community it is. It's a culture much like the September family here at with NCAR and RARA. So it's much about, you know, love of God, love of your family, love of your of each other, and take care of things. So we're pretty thrilled about how we fit in so well with the September family.
So Mike, tell me, I'm a part of my chamber board, being with EDC. I have never been to Roswell. How would you describe it to me coming in for the first time?
Wow, the weather is fantastic, you know, and it's an area that it's just full of opportunity, full of the ability for people to do whatever they wish to be successful in their business. And we have a large business community, you know, for what they call a rural community. But I think it's because people there in Roswell truly work together for what's good for Roswell and the people that live there, and the people we hope to attract to move there.
I love that. What are you looking forward to most when it's opening day?
Well, I'm looking forward to everything.
Everything.
I mean, holy smokes! You know, I'm looking for all the races, but and the racers and the families and the people and just the excitement. But you know, I think more so for me is the young people, the youth. I'm really eager to see that, you know, grab these young people and maybe foster a opportunity for them in aviation, because you know we have one of only 2 aviation schools in the state of New Mexico, right in Roswell, to teach young people how to become aircraft mechanics, which there's a shortage of. So we anticipate one day we're going to have a pilot school, and I think that's fabulous. So it's about the kids. It's about the future.
Proof is in the pudding in the sense that you saw the STEM activities here. You had 6,000 kids on campus right out here yesterday doing all kinds of cool things, and we look forward to seeing how that partnership grows in Roswell as well.
Absolutely. You know, I think that's absolutely exciting.
And
right up our alley.
And
right
the
up your alley. And the aliens.
And the aliens.
This is probably one of my favorite logos.
Yeah, we're gonna lean into that. Mike, thank you very much for taking the time to join us, and this just a wonderful opportunity to showcase this particular airplane.
So again, Dave Koska, right now, Renegade Aviator. The TS-11 means spark in Polish. This is the only TS-11 on the North American Air Show circuit, and we are so excited. I am looking right now to see, because our camera work is so incredible, I want to be able to make sure I'm quiet so you can hear David coming through here in just a moment. And let's just listen in as we take to the TS-11.
Shack.
And there we
shacked
go.
It. Nice.
A little strafe run there from our friends. You're looking at a jet designed with slide rules instead of computers. The prototype of this jet first flew in 1960 when it was introduced to active service. It was considered by some to be the best jet trainer in the world. It has a 50-year military history. The 424 TS-11 Iskra jets were built between the years 1963 and 1987. They flew with both the Polish Air Force as well as the Indian Air Force. The Iskra was in competition, as we were talking about before, with the L-29 and the Soviet Bloc Advanced Jet Trainer. Although the L-29 Delphin won the competition for mainly political reasons, the Iskra continued in service with both the Polish and Indian Air Forces. The Soviets blocked further sales and expansion of this jet. Let's listen in. Sorry. Sorry. Hopefully you heard that. And our friends out there right now, our pyro team, they are working hard, they are having fun, and we are going to have a lot of booms and a lot of flames coming through.
Firewalkers Pyro, just absolutely crushing it. Rick Sarge Myers running the team, chatted with him about when the pyro was going off so we could make sure that we had the cleanest shot. So Rick and your entire team at Firewalkers Pyro, thanks so much for doing what you do, because you make it fun, you make it spicy, you make it hot, and we like it a lot.
So there were 2 other TS Iskra jets that raced at the National Championship air races here in Reno. Tom Richard flew the race 3. Oh, we have car
From the boom.
pyro,
Yeah, the pyro
set
set
off
of
car
car
horns here. Flew race 3 pole dancer and Lackey Onslow. Flew race 1 hot section. The TS-11 was a very capable jet class air racer. In their stock condition, they could easily keep pace and surpass the stock L-39 racers. Again, very exciting. Piloted, want to talk about too, Scott Cruz in 2011. The Iskra flew to 2nd place in the jet class at Reno with a speed of 424 miles per hour. And these jets fly 400 plus lap speeds in stock condition, many times flying faster than the unmodified L-39s. Now that Roswell, New Mexico has been selected as their new home for the National Championship air races, you might just see this jet racing with a bigger engine. Ooh, I'm getting excited. This is going to be a lot of fun. David, show us what you got. And we see the gear down right now. Renegade Aviator. It's not only about the guy at the flight controls, it's a team of dedicated people who work long and hard to make this happen. You can find Renegade Aviator on social media. Again, it's AV, the number 8, r.com, and several different podcasts and speaking events across the country. So please check them out. Say hi. Join us on social media. How fun is this? Again, the connection. I didn't know the history behind the jet, not only flying air shows, but performing, and then him giving us a little tease that it might be in Roswell with a bigger engine. This is so exciting.
Our backdrop out here, obviously with the Blue Angels behind us and the Canadian Forces Snowbirds, just a little bit farther beyond. You can't beat it really today. And for those of you who have attended the Reno air races, right behind Brittany there, you can see just the corner of, and that is one of our team members running behind us, Jeff Lee, giving us a wave as we get ready to launch our Planes of Fame. We will dip into what's going on at the announcer stand so you can listen to the narration up there, but just having our best day ever.
I talked to you about the Sanders boys being Chino kids. This was a group of boys who used to ride their bicycles to the Chino Airport in California and hang around with the big guys, with the pilots, and learn how to modify and fix aircraft. They were the Sanders boys, the Hinton brothers, the Maloney brothers, and even more. And they took all of that knowledge from their predecessors and went a long way with both racing, with Warbirds, with restorations, with speed runs, and with constant participation in a wide variety of aircraft here at Reno. Now, many of you know about the Yankee Air Force, the Commemorative Air Force, the Warbirds of America, the Canadian Warplane Heritage. But of all those organizations, the oldest documented in the country are the Planes of Fame at Chino, started by the late Ed Maloney back in 1957, starting with that was initiated with a Bearcat donated to his museum by the Navy. So on the takeoff roll, one of only 8 that we know of operating P-38 Lightning aircraft. 10,000 were built. There are only 8 flying in the world, and we have one here. That's a twin boom, twin engine aircraft, low and to your right. Coming back in, the airplane that helped get our bombers deep into German territory and back on their daylight bombing raids from London, England. The P-47 Republic aircraft, because of its design, nicknamed the Jug, because on its nose it looked like an old-fashioned milk bottle. A lot of great things happening at the Planes of Fame Museum, and then one of the other aircraft that was raced here throughout the course of the years, the P-51 Mustang. Keeping these airplanes from being obsolete. Their collection is extensive, but what they do mostly is fly the airplanes. It's great to have it on the ground. It is great to have it inside on display, but a flying aircraft to show the kids what Top Gun aircraft were like back in World War II. These were the Top Gun aircraft. These were the aircraft that made a difference. All 3 of these aircraft outfitted with drop tanks, the P-47, the P-38 Lightning, and the P-51, as I said, were able to finally escort the B-17s and the B-24s deep into German territory. They were sitting ducks before. The enemy used to come in with fighter airplanes and shoot them out of the sky. Anytime one of those bombers got shot out of the sky, 10 young men from the United States perished. David Costa coming in with a photo opportunity with the Iskra jet in front of the Blue Angels. He will see you waving. He can't hear your applause, but if you wave like crazy while he's in front of you, oh, he'll love that. And take a shot of him and the airplane in front of the Thunderbirds aircraft. That was a close-up view of the design I told you about. By the way, the intake for that jet engine is at the wing root on either side of the fuselage. All right, now, now if you can, stand up and turn around, because Planes of Fame are coming back in over the top with those great aircraft that they restored from World War II. Now, Steve Hinton's in that group as well. I told you about the Hinton brothers riding their bicycles to Chino and taking it to great fame. Steve Hinton, one of the most qualified Warbird pilots in the world today, raced here for many years. He won gold races. He broke speed records for a piston-powered aircraft. He's a guy that's done everything in aviation, and he's still very active. A motion picture stunt pilot. This is history with these 3 airplanes flying together, and that P-51 is not the D model with a big clear canopy, but it's a Razorback, the B model aircraft. Now the aircraft in the middle, that's a P-38 Lightning, flown by Tony Levere, test pilot at Lockheed, and the design of Clarence Kelly Johnson. As I said, in Burbank, they built 10,000 of those machines. The P-47, that's the biggest airplane to our left as we look at the formation, bigger than most of the other aircraft, known as the Jug, built by Republic on Long Island. It was meant to be a ground attack airplane, but it also saw a tremendous amount of work in the air-to-air dogfight arena, and it did a great job at that as well. So great was that airplane on the far side of us that when they built the A-10 Thunderbolt, they named it the Roman numeral II Thunderbolt after this very successful aircraft built into the thousands in World War II. Now the P-51, the littlest one, at the bottom of the formation, either side of 16,000, depending on whose books you read and what research you do, were made. Only about 125 to 150 are still registered, and probably about half of those are actively licensed to be able to fly every day.
As we come back from Danny Clisham, again, our planes of fame, we have our P-38 in the middle with Chris Fahey, the P-51A with Rob Patterson, and again, the P-47 with John Maloney, son of Ed, the founder of Planes and Fame. And as we continue to watch the aerial demonstration of our Warbirds, we are joined on set. Steph, who do we have?
No strangers to Warbirds themselves, as well as high-performance military flying. Welcome to the set, Greg B.A. Anders. P-51 Valhalla joining us. How are you, my friend?
We're doing great. Really good to be here.
Glad to have you here. And we've got FEMA with us. Major. Now, congratulations, FEMA.
Gross. Sorry, guys. Officially old now.
No, I love it. Tell me a little bit about, given that we're seeing these incredible Warbirds flying, you guys actually fly together. What are folks going to look forward to later when they see you fly?
Well, I'll let BA answer that question because he's got a special story with Valhalla in particular.
Well, I'm not sure which, there's a lot, but I'm not sure which one he's referring to. But Valhalla was, my dad was one of the people that helped start the Heritage Flight. And the Heritage Flight is about storytelling. It tells that story of, in this particular case, the P-51, which was sort of king of the air combat role in World War II, and now the F-16, which has been our bread and butter strong horse for so many years as that top-line fighter, air-to-air fighter. So those two, that story together, I think, is just very chilling. It's awesome for me to watch. The only time I get to watch it is when I'm at the Heritage Flight Conference, and I still stop and watch it. I've been doing it for 21 years.
I have to ask you, tell folks about your dad. There will be people on the broadcast who don't know who your dad is.
Okay, so let's get through that little hard part real quick. My dad is Bill Anders, Apollo 8 astronaut. He was the first crew to go around the moon with Frank Borman and Jim Lovell. And he took the Earthrise picture.
That's the one.
So that's kind of that's what he's really known for. Yeah, exactly.
I got chills.
He had the misfortune of having an aircraft accident earlier this year in June. So we just recently lost him. He pulled too many G's, basically. A lot of fighter pilots get killed by G loss of consciousness. And I think that's what got him. And we can go through detail, but you know, it's been a very challenging moment for our museum, for myself, for our family. But it's, you know, I'm transitioning from missing him terribly and the grief of that impact of that moment, transitioning to the fact that I'm very lucky. I got to fly with my dad for the last 20 plus years, both in the Mustang and T6s and Warbirds. We were on the Heritage Flight team together for a little while, and I flew with him the day before he crashed.
Greg.
So I'm very, very lucky to have had that opportunity to spend so much time flying so close with my dad.
It's a privilege for you to share that story. He also is a part of the September family.
He is. He raced here at Reno. We first came to Reno in 1996 with the Dago Red team, and we got red carpet rolled out for him, and I happened to be able to join him. I was still active duty at the time, and as FEMA will tell you, it's kind of hard to get off of active duty into vacation time. And then he ended up getting the bug bit, and he raced 97, 98, and 99, raced Valhalla all 3 years, and then started racing Wampus Cat, the Bearcat, in 98 and 99.
All right. He liked to go fast. You like to go fast. You like to go ridiculously fast. Take me through some of what you're going to bring that jet out today. What are we going to see up there?
Yeah, so I'll talk about the paint scheme a little bit if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
We're really honored this year to be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the F-16, and our goal of the team this year is to inspire people to serve their community, but with the paint scheme, we're honoring everybody that's served in the airplane's orbit for the last 50 years, engineers, pilots, maintainers alike. So the airplane that the people of Reno will see fly today is painted as the first F-16 flew in 1974 in the YF-16 General Dynamics prototype scheme, so very special. Although it looks like a prototype, it's very much a combat-capable airplane, and that's what we're going to show people today. So anything from 9 Gs to just shy of the speed of sound. You know, you mentioned fast, but we're going to keep it below the speed of sound today. Everybody cross your fingers.
He says confident. There it is. You can see it right there on the screen.
Yeah, so there's the airplane. I still pinch myself that I get to be a part of it and fly that as a little kid that grew up wanting to fly the F-16 and really nothing else. The fact that I have the good fortune of being in the right place at the right time to represent our total force and everybody that out there working on the F-16 and flying it is really special. So it's a privilege of a lifetime, and I can't wait to share the airplane with the people of Reno.
So FEMA, you were starting to talk about it, but what was your inspiration and what is your piece of advice for those tuning in, listening to you, seeing the jet right now Tell us about your story.
For me, it was about adventure and to make this full circle. Anything that went somewhere else, whether it was a boat, a spaceship, an airplane that went on an adventure somewhere else, just captured my imagination. It's been that way since the beginning. I'm actually wearing an Apollo 8 patch today in honor of General Anders, and
Here, we'll turn you a little bit so we can see the patch.
Yeah,
there
so,
we go.
In honor of General Anders today during our formation flight. So I just got to the airplane phase of my life and never grew out of it. And as a little kid, I was in grade school when the September 11th attacks happened. And there's this one piece of footage that I remember vividly and still go back and watch. Everybody was running out of downtown across the Brooklyn Bridge, and the towers had fallen, and there was a loud jet roar. And everybody on the bridge screamed, and when they turned the camera around, somebody yelled out like that Harrison Ford "good guys are here" moment. Somebody yelled out, "It's the good guys," and it was an F-15 that was scrambled out of Barnes. And for a young kid that wanted to grow up and fly, I then realized that I wanted to serve, and I decided not to choose between the two and just do both and serve as a fighter pilot. So
why not do both?
Yeah, so it was a really special journey for me and my family, and it's just an opportunity of a lifetime. So.
I can't wait to see you up there today, both with the Heritage flight as well as just ringing that airplane out and bringing a lot of noise. We look forward to seeing you guys. Hopefully it'll work out. Get the taxi cam behind you. Greg, I got to ask you, you're living your best life, my friend.
Yeah, I'm Peter Pan personified. I never had to grow up. It's freaking awesome. So believe me, I know how lucky I am. Do I have a minute to talk about today's sortie?
Please.
So Bill raced at Reno, raced Valhalla here. We're going to do a special sortie today with the Heritage Flight Program and a 2-ship missing man. So instead of our split break at the end, we're going to pass overhead of the crowd and come back around and come back over the crowd and do a missing man with Valhalla. And I'll do the pull-up in honor of my dad. So it'll be, see? So we're looking forward to that opportunity to tell that story effectively.
And we look forward to sharing it with all our viewers around the globe. He took that beautiful Earthrise photo, and this is a chance for us, as he looks down on us above, to honor his memory and his legacy. And I really appreciate you coming on set with us today and sharing with folks what they can expect later when you guys fly. And FEMA, again, thank you for being such a great ambassador to everything that we're doing here, and also for the work that you do when you're not doing demo, because you're going to go right back into the fighting forces. This is the, we say it with love, but it's a little bit of the dog and pony show. You put on the fancy suit, you have the beautiful jet, then you're going to go back to being a combat-ready fighter pilot, and we appreciate you for that, for helping keep our country safe.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So right now we're going to continue as we wrap up with our Planes of Fame. Right there we have our P-47, our P-51A, and our P-38 coming in with Chris Fahey in the P-38, our P-47. There's the P-38 with Chris Fahey. He's a United States Air Force F-16 pilot, currently now an airline pilot for a major airline. Coming in for a landing. The P-38, one of my favorite Warbirds. Incredible to see. And the legacy with Planes of Fame coming in. Their mission at Planes of Fame Museum is to preserve aviation history, inspire an interest in aviation, educate the public, and honor aviation pioneers and veterans. Now our P-47, Dottie Mae from the Allied Fighters with Jack Kroll, flown by John Maloney, pilot and son of the founder. Also flew the Super Corsair race number 1, and there you can see, touching down, Dottie Mae. Hand out, oh, we got the cockpit canopy sliding back right now. There it is, wide open, John Maloney. Excellent shot right there of the P-47. And finally, our P-51A, flown by Rob Patterson, has been with Planes of Fame since the 70s and was a safety pilot and race pilot of Lady Joe, the P-51 here at Reno National Championship Air Races. Want to give a special shout out. We have a number of people joining us right now. I just got a text message in Newburgh, New York. So hello, Nick and Jim. Thanks for tuning in. We have other people. We had Wisconsin tuning in, my home state and hometown. They're watching us, giving us some love from afar, and we're waiting for New Zealand.
I know. Where's our? I think I got to go back and look at my
We
notes. I
should
think
look.
it's Clay.
I think you're right.
He consistently gets up, and it's not a broadcast without you, Clay. So if anyone knows Clay in New Zealand, go wake him up. Look, I'm still just having a moment with myself. I'm just so honored that we would have BA share that story about his dad with us, and I really hope that you're available to stay tuned into the broadcast later when we actually show that incredible missing man formation in honor of a man who we all know, even if we didn't know him directly, because of the photography and the things that he did as an astronaut.
The stories that we are able to share, something special with doing a live broadcast, something doing air show announcing. We always don't get to capture this during an air show, so to hear these personal stories and to have them so transparent and open with all of us is truly incredible. As we turn things over right now, going to the screen, Mr. Bill Stein. Hopefully we'll have a chance to see him. He usually bebops his way up to the stage.
Onboard
Look at that hair.
images. Mark McGinn, Angela bringing us these incredible images while he flies, folks, in cockpit. We love to see this. There you go. Look, there we are, Britt. Hi.
Hey, Bill. Good to see you.
Man, that's a great shot.
Bill Stein performing Prepare. This is the best part. In the Edge 540. Truly a mentor. Oh, there we go.
But that really shows you how hard this is, right? I mean, they make it look, we know it's not easy, but look at how much force he's under, hanging in the straps, then he's not. Aligning himself on the horizon. You could see him looking over his wing, making sure he's got eyeballs on where he's headed next.
Snap roll coming through. You can watch the maneuvers of his hands on the stick right now as they go through the snaps, the rolls, the tumbles that you will see him put the Edge 540 through. As you see him turn over over his shoulder right now to the left, there's an indicator on his wing, and we might be able to see that right now as he goes into a flat spin. I call it the Frisbee in the sky. Let's take a look coming down. Pushes the nose down, build up that energy again. We have a loss of altitude. Energy management is critical right now as we take a look, and you can see the work he's doing. His harness is holding him in, pushing him out of the cockpit right now with those negative G's, and Bill saying, no way, let's keep going. Bill Stein has logged over 7,000 hours of aerobatic and formation flight and began flying aerobatics when he was still a student pilot, just like me.
Hey, quick question coming in from Dorian Estrega or Voodoo there. Bardall Specials here on Static, so if you're in the area and you want to come down and check that out, Voodoo's engine in that. And we also have Terry Lauderdale saying, hey, here to see the Blues. We're glad, Terry, that you're a part of this broadcast.
Bill Stein, truly a gentleman. We'll hear from Gentleman Jim later, but Bill is one of our friends in the industry, truly a mentor and a coach. Since 1995, Bill has performed at air shows across the United States and has entertained millions of air show fans. Taking the Edge 540 straight up like a rocket, and there we go. Shoulder rolls right now, snapping, coming through it. And look at the work. It's sometimes when you're looking in the cockpit right now at his work, this is all precise. Everything is calculated out. I remember first going to an air show going, are they just doing whatever they want when they go up there? And
could you imagine?
Hopefully not.
Well, there's the Arresti, right? And
yes.
so there's, which is a shorthand language that is used for people who fly competition aerobatics to look, he just took his sunglasses off. You're too cool for school, Mr. Stein. We are glad to see you, my friend. He's going to come on set with us later. He's awesome. He's just he's a pilot's pilot, right? A lot of our aerobatic performers turn to him for advice, mentorship, and even skill building because he's got all that in spades.
So you just saw the little bit of a tail wag there. He was looking down rudders pushing back and forth as he wagged. I call it a tail wag. Gives us a little wave. But he is truly passionate about flying. But truly a dazzling air show routine, and he trains every day so that his skills stay razor sharp. This is something that's so important. It is not about just jumping from an air show to an air show or going to a competition event. It really is about the muscle memory, and Bill is truly one of those air show pilots that does it. You can see almost how effortless he is as he goes through extreme maneuvers in the Edge 540. He carries a certificate flight instructor, a CFI, and a commercial pilot certificate with single engine, multi-engine, and instrument ratings. And he has flown air shows, not only in the Edge 540, but also a Pit Special, the Globe Swift, a Stearman, and of course, the state-of-the-art Zivco Edge 540. And with the sun in the blue sky, we have been watching a little bit about the paint scheme. And we've talked about this before with the paint scheme. We're never sure if it's green or blue or purple or yellow or pink, as it dazzles us going through, and it's a harlequin, right? Paint
It is.
scheme
and even
or
the,
paint.
Yeah, it is. And then even the white has some interesting features to it. The white stripes that you see aren't exactly all the time white, and I just think it's fascinating. I wish everyone could see it up close. You certainly see it in the sky. You can't make a decision what color it is because it changes all the time. But seeing it up close and personal, you really get an appreciation for that airplane. Everyone cleans their airplanes here when they're done flying. Bill just does it twice. Like, it is always in just pristine condition for us to appreciate the time and thought that he's put into his paint.
There we go, going right past the Reno pylon, pulling straight up and over, hanging upside down. Nope. So it looks like we are going to do, let's see it, yes, a triple avalanche right now. So as we come out to see, it is the heart in the sky. If the wind is good enough, you will see that triple avalanche kind of dip down, and it almost creates a single ship heart in the sky. A little bit about the Edge 540, the Lycoming IO 540, producing 327 horsepower, a Hartzell aerobatic 3-blade composite propeller, inverted fuel and oil system, and the roll rate that we have been watching Bill Stein put the Edge through 420 degrees a second. That is quick and sharp. Now, we've seen him do point rolls, and one of my favorite stories. Oh, look at him.
It's like a somersault.
He's just hanging on. I'm holding my breath as I'm watching.
Well, onboard images really bringing us such a unique perspective to be able to see him as he actually flies this, and even just how he's managing, the breath work that he's doing and where he's looking. See, right there, just man, I'm just endlessly impressed.
So again, on the wingtip, usually it's a composite indicator. Make sure the lines are straight. In competition flying, everything is judged on the precision of the maneuvers that are listed on an arrestee symbols as he hangs upside down, giving us a wave. Look at that, upside down his hair. That's my favorite part.
Hi, Bill.
Straight and level all the way down, and rolls it right back up. So much fun.
Making it look easy.
He has an extensive experience in competition aerobatics, as we were just talking about, which is a bit different than air shows. Air shows, we really build around the audience. A lot of times that's when you incorporate the music and the ballet, the dance in the sky. Competition flying, the International Aerobatic competition club, IAC, is where you want to get started. So if you're interested in aerobatic flying, I would recommend that you go to IAC, International Aerobatic Club. Bill is a part of competition flying as he puts it in a hover right now, holding on. Woo, that engine is hot right now. But we have in IAC primary, intermediate, sportsman, advanced unlimited. So it levels up. and you slowly get introduced to the aerobatic maneuvers that you are seeing Bill go through, unlimited level aerobatics. So it'll start with things along the lines of a loop, a roll, and then it'll level up into hammerheads as you look at snap rolls that you see as well. So it's a great way to get introduced, and here we go. Take a look at the Zipco Edge 540 as he is waving all the way down the runway. And you can see that Harlequin paint, the invention, the precision. We talk about STEM all the time, all the way, and he's giving us a wave. Did you see that right now? Lifted his sunglasses, giving us a little peek as he sets up to come back around as we wrap things up. So again, competition flying, you can see every maneuver is crisp and precise as he looks over his shoulder at the gauge, making sure he is straight and level at every aspect. Also, he's maneuvering in what we call the aerobatic box. Those of you in the air show industry have a firm understanding, and now take a listen here, just a moment. We have something coming behind me that's loud. There we go, Hayden Prophet II coming in with the 1957 Chevy jet truck. Right now, Steph is working to get her headset on, which means I get to keep talking. Haha. Okay, and right now, we're actually going to turn things over as we take off for a different kind of race here at the Reno Air Show.
Drag racer, National Hot Rod Association champion back in the 70s was his grandfather. An American Hot Rod Association champion back in the 70s was his grandfather, and his uncle Brad, in fact, drove hydrogen-powered vehicles to amazing speeds back then, using only 70% power. Navy T2 Buckeye was the original home of the twin engines on the back, 25,000 combined pounds of thrust, and amazing 12,000 horsepower. Now, Roy, let's have some fun with this. Let's have some great fun with this. Okay. Oh, where'd he go? Okay. He's creating his own weather.
I noticed that. You don't control it. We call it at home. Oh, look at those planes. There comes the... Oh, yeah. That trash talk was about everything. Now
Yeah, we had the looks and the remarks. Now I get what it's going to be. All right, we got a race going on between the aircraft. Way less than Hayden Prophet II, 12,000 horsepower. We have to handle it. How are we going to do that?
Oh my God. Far end here. We're going to get Stol to come around, dive in. I want you to make so much noise
when that jet truck gets going that they can hear you in the airplane and in the truck. Now, which one you think is going to win? Is it going to be Bill Stein in the airplane? Is it going to be Hayden Prophet in the jet truck? Ooh, Danny, I think that's pretty even.
Yeah, kind of even.
I think that's even.
All right. Well, as Bill turns the corner, Hayden's going to get in. He's got Bob Fury down there in the white truck. That's his crew chief. They're going to be showing timing and information from the air boss, Owen. And within seconds, this race will be history. And after we determine who wins the race, I will tell you who won the contest about the color of Bill Stein's aircraft. All eyes low to the right.
Are you ready? Here he comes. All right, kids. The smoke is on. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be the plane? Is it going to be the truck? They're getting closer. Get ready. Make it loud, everybody. There to go.
All right, it's a checker pylon. They're going to close it in. He's going to have to hit more fuel before he has to shut it down.
It's the plane!
The plane, boss. The plane.
The plane. And check out the foot ring parachutes, and it's 10G, his chest, and it's like, oh, good, I can breathe again.
And it's the only machine because the brakes, they'd burn out at those speeds of just under 300 miles an hour.
Oh, that was close. Hayden and Bill going through. Hayden Prophet, not sure, I couldn't hear all of the information, but 9 years active duty, really working towards our military families.
And just a quick shout out to all of you watching on Zebo, one of the local veteran-owned internet channels out here. Thank you very much for being a part of the broadcast. We will be right back.
Has an energy. Red chile, piñón, pecans, chocolate, flavors that bind us together. Is my canvas. And mole is the medium.
I've never lost that childhood imagination. I just wanted that feeling of a family having an outer family unit victorious.
Are you ready for an air show? Airplanes aren't supposed to do that. Coming in hot.
Welcome back, everyone. A live look right now. Snowbirds as they get ready to get underway and take to the sky 9 twinkling lights, as we like to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn it over to the Canadian.
And as you may have seen, the team was lined up next to the 11. Getting ready. And as you've seen, if you watch closely, you'll see our team of pilots and technicians head to their respective aircraft. Once they do their final checks, will don their parachutes, then strap onto their ejection seats. And in just a few minutes, they'll be ready for engines. The Snowbirds are all active serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and the show team is comprised of 11 pilots, 10 aircraft technicians, and our Public Affairs Officer, Captain Phil Rochon from Ottawa, Ontario. Captain Rochon wants to share your photos with the world. Follow us at CF Snowbirds on Instagram, Facebook, and X, and tag us in your posts. Your safety pilot today is Snowbird 10 Captain Edward Soy. Prior to joining the Snowbirds, he was a Stan 5.6 Harvard 2 and as a civilian pilot and performed in a variety of vintage aircraft, including the original Harvard from the 1940s. He brings over 2,500 hours of flying experience to the team and aircraft types. And my name is Captain Richard McDougall, Snowbird 11, and I'll be your narrator today. Before joining the Snowbirds, I flew the CC-130 Hercules in an air refueling role and was an instructor on the CT-156 Harvard 2 trainer aircraft. snowbird aircraft are parked quite area, and once the engines have started, they will generate a tremendous amount of noise. When they start, please cover your ears and ensure that those little ones around you are protected as well. Following the start, the team runway for takeoff.
Ready to meet 2024 Canadian Forces Snowbirds. You had an opportunity momentarily there to see our double digits on the announcer stand. Snowbird 10, Captain Ed Soy from Toronto, Ontario, as well as Snowbird 11, Captain Richard McDougall from Moncton, New Brunswick. They are the pilots right here. This is Snowbird 1, the team lead from Wyvale, Ontario, Major Brent Handy.
Flying Snowbird number 2, the inner right wing from Ottawa, Ontario, Captain Katie Clapp.
Flying Snowbird number 3, the inner left wing from Surrey, British Columbia, Captain Steve Stewie Tim.
Flying Snowbird number 4, the first line astern from Barnaby, British Columbia, Captain Scott Boyd.
Flying Snowbird number 5, the second line astern from Belleville, Ontario, Captain Thomas Thornton.
Snowbird number 6, the outer right wing from London, Ontario, Captain Kyle Taylor.
Flying Snowbird number 8 from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Apolloni.
Flying the lead solo from Chicoutimi, Quebec, Marc-Andre Plante.
And flying Snowbird number 9, the opposing solo from St. Joseph Island, Ontario, Captain Patrice Powis Clement. You can see them strapping into their jets with their crew, going through systems checks, are all in position. Something for folks who have had a chance to watch the walk down with both the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds, every team bringing their own style to this type of entry into the performance. To answer a question online coming in from Ken, the Snowbird rotation works where some senior members stay on the team and some senior members rotate off. But they do that so that there is not an entire team of new people. It's an opportunity for folks who have some time and depth and bench to help mentor some of the younger pilots coming in. So there's never at any given time.
One of the things I've heard even yesterday during rehearsal, talking to some of the family and fans out here, is that it truly is a ballet in the sky, and they bring something different than what we see from the Blue Angels and the Thunderbirds, and we are so excited to have this relationship and partnership as we celebrate with them the centennial of the Canadian Forces. And in just a few moments, as they continue their walk down to get everything prepared, we had what was
Rich McDougall, yeah, double digits, advanced
and narrating
pilot. Yep, and he also narrates in both English and in French, primarily English here, although they do interject a little bit of French. When they're up in Canada, obviously it's much more French forward, just depending on their location. I've had the good fortune to fly with the team twice. That is not a humble brag, that is an arrogant brag. I am incredibly proud of that, and I can tell you it's a marvelous experience to be able to sit next to the pilot and watch side by side. The first flight we did ages ago was a formation flight, and boy, it's an eye-opener when you realize how close they get. In these tutors, the workhorses really for the team, they've been flying these jets for a very, very long time. A lot of our friends tuning in on this broadcast from Canada, this is what we wanted to bring you. Look at that gorgeous shot right there. The Canadian Snowbirds are just iconic. in the country, and we are privileged to have them down here south of the border to be able to show the precision and the professionalism that they bring to the table.
So all of you tuning in right now, we are just doing a little bit of a dance to make sure that we can turn things back over as we bring you up close and personal with the snowbirds. And they are just moments away from getting things ready as we finalize system checks with the tutors. We heard from Rich McDougall, the maintainers, the teamwork that goes into this, as we had an engine swap. And he said roughly 8 hours or so, but what was fascinating to me, never seeing that done before, the tutor was split in half and pulled apart, and they went back to work, put it all back together. There we go, the team's walking away. I have my ears open right now on set, and to our narrator as the snowbirds are lined up. And let's go to the team.
If you look to the left, the team is taxiing to line up onto the runway for departure. And today's takeoff will be a stream takeoff. You'll notice each aircraft take off individually, then rejoin above in preparation for the show.
I've been dreaming of flying.
You'll see to the left up on the runway, and they're going to wait for departure. Because if you look at show center here on the runway, you'll see a white truck just doing one quick FOD check for foreign object damage. They're doing a quick runway sweep, and we'll be resuming the shore shortly. There's that engine roar. The boss number one jet is taking off. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you look out in the distance to the right, you'll see a line of jets. They are rejoining into a 9-ship formation. They'll rejoin into Big Diamond. And then they will do the shakeout. There they are, the 8 and 9 jet are almost aboard. And for a bit of a glimpse behind the scenes, folks, the pilots are setting up for what we call the shakeout. And this procedure starts with a positive 5G push, followed by a smoke check. We use this to test both the aircraft and the pilot's bodies to ensure they're both ready for the show. There's the negative 2G pushover. Now, let me tell you, that one is not comfortable. I don't love that negative 2G push. There's the smoke trails. Now the team is rejoined back into their 9-jet formation, and the show is about to begin. Here they are, your 2024 Canadian Forces Snowbirds. Next up from the right, watch as Snowbirds 1 through 9 reposition for the side pass. Now looking left, you'll see the team change to condor formation for another bottom side pass. They will then pull up into loop and change back to big diamond. The Snowbirds are setting up big diamond, roll, and loop. Smooth and accurate flying is essential for our two inner pilots. Flying in the inner right wing position is Snowbird 2, Captain Katie Clapp from Ottawa, Ontario. Captain Clapp previously flew the CC-130 Hercules in a search and rescue role and the CT-156 Harvard 2 as an instructor. She brings over 3,500 hours of military flying experience to the team. Anchored in the inner left wing position is Snowbird 3, Major Steve Tim from Surrey, British Columbia. Major Tim is a former CF-18 Hornet section lead with over 1,200 hours of fast jet experience. The backbone of our formation consists of stern pilots, better known as the STEM Cats. Our first line of stern pilot is Snowbird 4, Lloyd from Burnaby, British Columbia, senior Harvard 2 flight instructor and has over 2,100 hours of flying time. At the calm and collected is our second line of stern pilot, Snowbird 5, Thornton from Belleville. Captain Thornton is a former Royal Canadian Artillery officer who then transferred to the RCAF, where he instructed on the CT-155 Hawk. He brings over 2,000 hours of military flying experience to the team. Now, look straight ahead as the team sets up to honor 100 years of the Royal Canadian Air Force with the Centennial Split. From left and right, Snowbirds for the knife edge pass. As the solos exit the stage, Snowbirds 1 through 7 will come directly overhead in Vic formation. As they pull up into a loop, watch as they first do arrow formation. Next up from the right, get ready for this one. Get your cameras ready for the wedge clover. Now look to your right for a signature snowbird maneuver, the line abreast roll and loop. Now look straight ahead for a very special maneuver. The Snowbirds would like to dedicate today's heart to our very own Snowbird 10 and his husband Tom as they celebrate 7 years of marriage this weekend. Now look straight ahead as Snowbirds 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7 line up for the spectacular lag back cross. From left and right, get ready for a collaboration between the Solos and the STEM Cats. The Snowbirds present the four-way cross. Next up, from your right, Snowbirds 1 through 7 return for the double diamond roll. Now, from the right, let's watch carefully as the Solos fly canopy to canopy and perform the mirror pass. The role of the Solo is both physically and mentally demanding, requiring split-second decision-making from our lead solo pilot, Snowbird 8, Captain Marc-Andre Plante from Chicoutimi, Quebec. Captain Plante is a former CT-156 Harvard II instructor and brings over 2,300 hours of military flying experience to the team. The opposing Solo is Captain Patrice Powis-Clement, Snowbird 9 from St. Joseph Island, Ontario. He is also a senior instructor on the Harvard II and has over 2,800 hours of flying time. We'd like to take this opportunity to highlight our dedicated technicians who ensure that we have safe and operational jets day in and day out. Our performance today would not have been possible without these amazing members of our team. Our crew chief, Sergeant James Waitson from Reserve Mines, Nova Scotia. Snowbird 2 Alpha, Corporal Jonathan Benson from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Snowbird 3 Alpha, Corporal Kieran Stevenson Hastings from London, Ontario. Snowbird 4 Alpha, Corporal Carla Oliveras Mesa from Ottawa, Ontario. Snowbird 5 Alpha, Corporal Dustin Poirier from Kingston, Ontario. Snowbird 6 Alpha, Master Corporal Jonathan Porter from North York, Ontario. Snowbird 7 Alpha, Corporal Chad Humphreys from Expanse, Saskatchewan. Snowbird 8 Alpha, Master Corporal Justin Shantadat from Mississauga, Ontario. Snowbird 9 Alpha, Master Corporal Tristan Popescu from Toronto, Ontario. And Snowbird 10 Alpha. With us at Show Center on the camera today is Corporal Avery Arsenault from Kinkora, Prince Edward Island. Corporal Jaden Greer from Montreal, Quebec. Corporal Etienne Bilodeau from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Corporal Jordan Dole from Calgary, Alberta. Corporal Kenneth Drake from Halifax, Nova Scotia. And Corporal Corey Dowling from Cold Lake, Alberta. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now, get your cameras ready and look left as the team returns for the iconic Big Diamond topside pass. Next up from behind the hook formation. Flying the lead aircraft requires experience, smooth flying, and high situational awareness from our boss of Wyville, Ontario. He's a former CF-18 Snowbird 9 in 2012 and 2013. Over 6,000 hours of high-performance flying to the team, and 2024 marks 30 years for the boss as a licensed pilot. And he credits much of his success to the start he received as an Air Cadet glider pilot. Now, look straight ahead as the team returns for the iconic Canada Burst. Flying on the edges of our large formation requires aggressive and responsive flying from our outer pilots. Snowbird 6 is Captain Kyle Taylor from London, Ontario. He's a former Harvard 2 instructor, and flying in the outer right wing position brings over 1,600 flying hours to the team. In the outer left wing position is Snowbird 7, Captain Dominic Apolloni from Winnipeg, Manitoba. He's a former Harvard 2 instructor pilot and brings over 2,200 hours of ejection seat experience to our team. Now, don't go anywhere yet, folks. The team is returning for their final stunning loop and split maneuver to land. Here they are from straight ahead. Your 2024 Canadian Forces Snowbirds. The team is now in what we call trail, which allows each pilot to more easily carry out their final checks in preparation for landing. You have now witnessed the 2,829th show in the Snowbirds' 54-year history. And on behalf of our command team, Lieutenant Colonel Jean-François Dupont and Chief Warrant Officer Cheryl Abernethy and all members of 431 Air Demonstration Squadron, thank you for joining us here today. It's been our pleasure and honor to perform for you. Now back to you, Roy.
That is a sight that I absolutely love to see. Coming in right underneath the nose of the Blue Angels are Canadian Forces Snowbirds, putting on a spectacular show for us. Stay with us, much more to come. We will be right back.
Got it.
to push some boundaries, and bet on yourself. Well, here's that chance. Untamed spaces and endless nights await. So make tracks to where the country's largest alpine lake meets the biggest little city in the world. Wider horizons, brighter lights. No limits.
Are you ready?
Airplanes aren't supposed to do that.
Snowbirds, and we are back live here in Reno. Joining us on the stuff. Joining us on the set is Steph. You put on. What was it like flying here at Reno?
What it's all about.
So that actually during your performance, I had the question of, do you ever change leads, because you are constantly repositioning all the time throughout your entire performance. Is there always one lead the entire time?
Well, Brittany, we have 2 designated lead swaps. We have a handful of maneuvers that change the side that the wing is at. But towards the end of the performance, we have actual lead swaps. And we did that to try to ensure that we had currency as we get closer and closer to the ground doing these dynamic maneuvers and aerobatics, so that each of us had a chance to fly wing, and each of us had a chance to take a look at the dynamics of the box and manage the geometry. It was very helpful. So every single performance, we have 2 designated lead swaps, where Todd Woody gets a lead and I fly a loop on the wing and a roll on the wing, and then we swap back to finish the show.
What's flying aerobatics here at an air show, especially given how close you guys are? That part just impresses me to no end. You really do have your formation flying down to an art and a science.
Well, I got to get him before. There's nobody I could fly on like that, you know, and a lot of it. And so he's a super steady hand, and he knows where he's going, and there's no last minute jerks or anything. And so I can just trust him and just fly there. And he's my attitude indicator. I just follow that.
A lot of trusting communication. Tell us a little bit about how each of you got started in aviation.
Wow, going back to the start of aviation, I was a little kid, and you know, just wandering around, you hear an airplane, you look to the sky. And back then, kids were pretty much free-range children.
Yeah,
and,
that's right.
I grabbed my bicycle and chased.
Are we the same age?
Chase the sky on my bicycle. Before you know it, so far from home, my parents didn't know or care until dinner time.
Do you remember that commercial? It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? It was absolutely a thing.
Out at a grass strip, and before you know it, just the magic of flight was embedded in my soul. And when I got older, looked to the amazing things done in experimental aviation, and one thing led to the other.
Well, I had a really early start. My dad was a private pilot trying to get his commercial license, and he bought a T-Craft, and I was an infant, and Mom was working, so he threw me in the airplane as an infant and flew me around for hundreds of hours.
Wow.
And it's the only thing that ever took for me. Flying is the best thing there is for me. I love it.
One of the things that I think is, given that you fly RVs, the sport class is really the largest class. It is by far fielding the most amount of pilots who are busy working on their RVs, their Lancers, lots of different airplanes flying in that class to be able to compete. And I heard you guys say when we were watching the Snowbirds, man, Reno's a great place. And as we look forward to what's coming next with Roswell, New Mexico, I want to talk to you a little bit about having an experimental airplane and why you chose that particular airplane to fly at air shows.
Well, our primary background is with the RV, and we've got lots of hours. I have over 3,000 hours in that airplane that my wife and I built 14 years ago. We've flown all across the country with our little dog and done air shows and BFM and formation together, and it's a lovely platform for just about everything. I raced 15, 16, and 17 and was just part of the parade trying to do the best possible. But Todd raced in 19 and phenomenal results. As you talk about some of the amazing.
Well, in 19, I bought 3,000 pounds of nitrous. That's 30 K-size bottles of nitrous. It was hard to get. Burned 1,500 pounds in figuring out how to handle that stuff, and then came down. I would burn 80 pounds in a race and managed to qualify the top RV airframe ever on the course.
Woo!
Yeah,
Nice.
including 6 cylinders, supercharged, doesn't matter.
277 miles an hour on the course as a course average.
That is blistering.
That's blistering.
So how do you, this is fascinating. It is my first time in Reno, and unfortunately I've not been to a race yet, but for the first time flying in a race, what is that like? How do you know the course, what to do,
little
the
PRS.
culture of it?
Yeah, they have a really good training program to bring you up, but the actual racing part is a lot harder than qualifying. Qualifying and racing dirt bikes and things all my life. I know how to fly a line. But interacting with the other airplanes, I was a little hesitant for the first few days, you know, when we were actually racing with other airplanes. So that's something you want to approach with a little bit of throw it in the ground on the first day.
Yes.
Well, gentlemen, we cannot thank you enough for coming down here, showcasing to everyone as part of our September family, just to be able to share a little bit of the behind-the-scenes action of what you guys do as we get ready to carry on with our next aerobatic performers. This is Undaunted Air Shows. We showed you some of the replays so you could have a chance to see it. We've got Stephen Christopher, and we also have with us Todd Rudberg from Undaunted Air Shows. Boys, thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I appreciate you. We need hype guys like this all over the place all the time. You can see here as the snowbirds execute their walk. Bo is his call sign. That is Major Brent Handy coming out of the jet right now. Approaching him is the public affairs officer. That's who you see walking towards him right now, along with some of the crew chiefs. You can see Scott Boyd over there, Tom. Snowbird 3, we've got Steve Tim. That is Stewie is his call sign if his wife is watching. Hello, Megan. She might be tuning in on the broadcast, and hopefully she is. So you can see our friends on the team grabbing some water, much needed after what was probably we're feeling it a little bit down here just because of the wind and the heat, but we're certainly managing. But it is very, very, with the walk down ceremony and what all of this looks like, pretty rare opportunity for us to be able to see something like this up close and personal. I like the fist bumps for a job well done. I see something
So
like that,
great.
right? It is. It's wonderful. And joining us on set right now while we watch this is Hayden Prophet. He is with Smoke and Thunder and the jet truck. And we also are bringing on set with us Mr. Bill Stein, and we're all going to pile in right here, but what we're watching right now is the last little bit of the walk down.
And the teamwork, we've talked about this. It takes everyone, and to our families, the Snowbirds, hello friends and family. We are so excited to have you, and right now on set as they get ready, coming in, Mr. Bill Stein, Hayden Prophet. We are just getting ready because in just a moment we're going to turn things over to our next aerobatic performer, Mr. Gentleman Jim Pites. But first, guys, you had a race.
Yes, we did.
Who won? Who won?
Mr. Stein won. So that makes us like 2-2
Here we go.
this
There we
year.
go.
It's
becoming a grudge match.
Is it really?
Yes,
Okay, I see.
The good thing is the bar tabs are still the same amount either way right now. So
So, Hayden, I have a question. 1957 Chevy truck right now. What is it like being the driver in this? It's been a passion of yours. Thank you, sir, for your service as well. What's it like? Walk us through it.
it's really hard to explain. I guess what I try to tell people is like, imagine the fastest thing you've probably been in and then multiply it by about 5 or 10. So it's definitely something obviously I love to do, and you know, growing around, learning the family history of my grandfather and my uncle and my dad and Les Shockley and the whole Shockley family with Kent and Scotty, and to follow in all their footsteps, and you know, our alma mater for the team, Smoke and Thunder with Scott Hammock and Bill Brock. It's humbling for sure.
How do you guys make the decision when you execute your start line, and how do you line that up? Because it's not like you're moving in the same time and space dimension, really.
Well, it's, you know, there's a set run in, and then it's out of my hands.
Okay.
So he's got a starter, and that's how it works. He makes the calls.
Okay, so that's up to you.
Yeah.
So that's he wins because he's like, I'm just gonna give myself a little head start, and then you're trying to catch up.
Well,
I'm teasing. I'm totally teasing.
No, we depending on the DA and where we're at, you know, especially someone
DA
like
being
here.
density altitude.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Yeah,
winds.
a little bit higher, so the engines are struggling for power a little bit, and same with his plane too. So him to come in at, and you know, once he's, you know, right behind us, then we take off. He overtakes us, and we're hoping we have enough smash to catch him. Unfortunately, today it didn't work out. But I'll tell you what, if you're a betting man, I would bet on.
All right.
It was close. I was looking
Yeah.
at him. He's right
Yeah.
there.
So I see as the winds pick up, Bill, your hair looks like it does when you're flying in the cockpit.
Yes.
Because we had a chance to see that with these incredible onboard images given to us by Mark McGinn and Angela. But it's very interesting to see. You're looking over your shoulder to set your line to give yourself ground. What's going on when we're in the cockpit with you?
Well, it's all about knowing where you are relative to the straight up. Then only that really did happen.
We saw it.
They went, and I had to stick my head up and trap them in the canopy, and then I pulled them down.
People think I have a lot to do in the cab of the truck.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
But you do, so you're setting your line, you're managing energy, but when you're in the hover, I noticed a puff of smoke that comes out.
Yes.
Before, what is that about?
Well, it's just to let people know that I'm deciding to stop doing this instead of.
I did not know that. Something new every day.
How about
and I love
that?
this. I love that.
Yep.
Good.
So, Bill, one of the things I have to ask every time is when you're racing side by side, we have the 1957 jet truck coming through. Do you feel it or hear it?
Oh my gosh! So today, in particular,
That's
so
a
I
yes.
set up and I'm running, and I come over. There's a little berm basically, and so I get in my slip, and all of a sudden, whoosh! It's like, oh, Hayden powered up.
Hayden said go.
That was a big bump. So he moves some air.
I'll be
And you hear
interested. Yeah, you do. And everyone hears them, right? As soon as you fire off those engines, it's a crowd pleaser. You watch people running towards the set. We are going to get ready to turn things over back to Brittany and Jim Pites, and we're going to hold on to our set. We're hopefully going to hold on to the cameras that have started to move in our light bank. So, folks, it's getting sporty for us down here on the ground. Let's see what's going on for Jim Pites up there, getting ready to make his flight.
Now we'll see the backdrop as he pulls the Bonanza through, hailing from Pierre, South Dakota, where his father taught him to fly in the 90s. A lot of fun yesterday. We were during the rehearsal, and we had some winds up to 35 miles per hour, and he said he had to work really hard during that time, so it was a lot of fun. Again, this is not your normal Beechcraft Bonanza by any means. We can see in the cockpit right now working the control surfaces, the Continental IO 550 horsepower with the 3-bladed Hartzell him cool as a cucumber. Gentleman Jim. Having a lot of fun. Again, not your normal aerobatic bonanza. This is equipped for aerobatics, so please, if you have a bonanza, don't try this at home. Truly one of the professionals in here. He began teaching himself aerobatics in 1992 and has since the F-33 Bonanza handles it all in style and comfort. With Jim's expert touch, he makes it all look far too easy. A truly show quality aircraft, one of very few aerobatic bonanzas ever built. Listen in. Performing a nice aileron roll right down our airshow line with the blues in the foreground. Pites has performed in a wide variety as we have our precision exotics coming through. If you heard that right now, came through our taxi cam. Kind of startled me in the background.
Thanks, Eric, with Precision Exotics.
Love that. Having some fun. They were on the runway just before as we were wrapping up the snowbirds, running down the runway as we have Jim upside down, right side up. Look at the smile on his face, Steph. He is just calm, having fun. Again, flying on a regular basis because it's truly a passion and something he loves to do. Now, he is truly a showman, and I need to talk a little bit about his background. 9 years Jim flew in a Christian Eagle, followed by a 15-year run in an extra 300L, and now the F-33 Charlie Beechcraft Bonanza for over 11 years. And I giggle thinking about going from a Christian Eagle in that cockpit and then going into the extra 300L, and now look at him. So much room. No wonder he's ended in this one. We'll see what's next.
And every time you see him, he's got
so
a smile on his face. He is just one of the happiest guys on the circuit, just able to make anything work. So he's always a joy to be around, but he really does things with the Bonanza that lots of dentists and doctors go, I don't know if I should be doing that.
And
they should not. They should not.
Talk about the Bonanza going vertical, and then, again, my favorite aerobatic maneuver, a hammerhead. I love the hammerhead. It's the one when I first went to an air show, I learned about, and I felt like I was a professional. And I walked around, I was like, that's a hammerhead. That's a hammerhead. It was the only maneuver I knew, but now it forever is my favorite. Want to talk a little bit more because something that's really special, and Steph, you and I had the privilege of seeing this as well, is the recipient of the most prestigious award in the airshow industry, the International Council of Airshows, ICAS, and the Sword of Excellence. And take a look. Reno, you look amazing. Our tower right there, the crowd's piling in.
And there we are.
And there he is, coming back around.
That is called Hoover Gulch. We have a special guest on the set, if you
I
can't tell.
love
We'll get to
this.
him in just a minute, but we appreciate the assist on that. Actually, I'll have you guys slowly slide on in. Come step right next to me. There we go. That's good. That way when they take us on camera, we'll have a chance to see you guys face up in full. But this is, you know, it's just so interesting how Owen, our air boss here, has to maneuver everyone in and out of the box, right?
Yes.
And make sure that the folks who are getting ready to perform next can enter what we call that invisible fish tank, the aerobatic box, safely, and then have an opportunity to perform safely. Now, gentlemen, Tucker's Air Patrol joining us, Mr. Mike Tyson.
How
Nice
are
to meet
you?
you, sir.
Thanks for
And
having us.
Jeffro, was it?
Yes, it's Red Jeffro.
Red Jeffro.
REDJEFFRO. You can find me on the interweb.
Okay.
I'm an entertainer.
Yep, very nice to meet you. I'm good, thank you.
Nice to meet you too. They say I'm an awkwardly long handshaker. Look at she's a locomotive handshaker.
Okay,
Look at that.
There we go. This is super duper.
I'm the extrovert. She's the introvert.
That is a fact. All right, so what
They say you can find a person's true colors when it gets awkward.
and mine right now are beet red. So tell me a little bit about what you're doing here today.
Well, I won a ride at the Method 7 raffle booth a couple years ago, and I chickened out, and I didn't take my raffle ride, but they told me I could show up here, and, you know, if I brought my banjo, I might be able to bust to this beautiful crowd. But I'm going for an airplane ride. I'm a bit nervous, but that's basically it.
I think
Here at Reno on an airplane ride.
Absolutely.
So, Mike, you're his pilot. You're going to take him up, right?
I am. I'll be
Do you know if he
flying with
plays
you
a
today.
song? Because I know he needs 2 hands to do that, which means he's going to have to let go of mine.
You're going to have to borrow my other one. Can you strum this thing
I
for me?
cannot. I wouldn't know the first thing about it.
Okay. Are you a little bit of a lullabier?
Yeah.
Okay, see if you can name this tune.
Bumblebee.
There we go.
Mommy, be so proud of me. I'm squishing up a baby. You
Don't be so brutal with that bumblebee. Why did you do that to the bumblebee?
Well, it stung me.
I'm a lover, not a hater. Come on, it didn't mean it. It was you're big and scary.
Tell us a little bit, Mike Tyson, about the Air Patrol. Tell us more about what this is.
Okay, so we wanted to put an air show team together and be a comedy act, have some fun and entertain with the fans. And I met a guy, Eric Tucker, years ago. He's married to my cousin Jill, and he said, I've wanted to do this since I was 12. We're gonna figure out this comedy act and blah blah blah. And we got together and he worked it out, and here we are. We're able to do air shows and have a bunch of fun with people.
And I still think he's lying that his name is Michael Tyson. They saw that on the email. I'm like, oh man, this guy's gonna be a slugger. But he didn't have the face tattoo to match. So
no.
Is he also a lover, not a fighter then? Is
well,
that
I don't know. I just met him. He got a strong handshake.
I'm
He let go
definitely
quick, though.
Awkwardly long? Sure, yeah, sure.
So if you guys get a chance, make sure you talk to Eric Tucker. I think you have a really good time, and he's the one that brought me into it. He said, let's do something cool, and it's been an absolute ride.
And we're going to have the opportunity here. We saw the Dead Stick performance early on. We will see the comedy routine coming up, which will be great for our live broadcast. And then you have even more things. But tell me, what inspires you being here? What makes this all come together?
I think it's crazy that we can fly around in these little aluminum cans with engines on them, and it was one of the things, actually Eric's the person that spent time with me to teach me how to fly properly. And we were flying one day and he said, isn't this pretty cool, how we're interacting with the earth? Yeah. And I was like, it is 100% cool. So I think that the air shows is something completely different that you can't pay to get into, right? You have to earn it. And so I get to spend time with people like Bill Stein. I saw him up here earlier. He's a riot, love him. Rob Holland and all these guys. And so I think if you're involved in air shows and you're a pilot, you're going to be a better pilot. You're going to fly safer, you're going to be better. But it's great. You get to interact with fans.
Well, and now we're incorporating in entertainment elements. Obviously, you just saw the race there with Precision Exotics. You heard a little bit as Hayden Prophet and Bill Stein talk about how they get themselves lined up. I didn't have a chance to see who won. You guys drop in the chat, wherever you're watching us from, who won that race. I'm going to say it was probably Precision, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. That's going to make
Bill's
Jim.
Jim's going to be hurt.
He's going to get super mad. But he's mad for him is still a big old smile on his face, right? That's one of the happiest.
He's doing it right.
He is doing it right.
But I'm excited to take Red. So you guys pump him up. He had some concerns.
You're going to do it.
He's chickened out twice.
Do this.
Well, I get seasick. You
better bring a bag.
I don't fish from the boats anymore. They nicknamed me Chums. They only let me noodle.
You just turn that upside down, friend.
Okay, I mean, I was hoping you had a rubber bag or plastic glove or something, but.
You'll make do.
You have any tips for me?
Have
you been in an airplane?
I have been. Yes, actually. At the risk of yes, many.
Okay.
I've been real fortunate, and I've only gotten sick once. So.
Okay. And you've been up more than once.
I have been. You just eat a banana because it tastes the same coming up as it did going down.
Oh, Lord.
You just learned something, Red.
That sounds like a bluegrass song in the making, doesn't it?
Yes.
Let's give a wave to Precision. Right in there for us.
Doggy.
Having the time of their lives. And that, my friends, is how we do the air shows, bringing entertainment to you, not only in the air, but also in the ground. I appreciate you guys. Have a good flight. You wanna
That's how we do.
Strum us a little banjo as we get ready to go to the next.
Look at bye
And
lullaby.
our selfie, our set
All right,
selfie.
yep. Okay, we do these on-set selfies.
Here we go, friends.
That's so good.
Share that with us.
Thank you very much, my friends.
Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate it.
Bye, Britt.
Take care as we continue wrapping up with Jim Pites. We are going to be getting ready here momentarily as we say farewell to our friends on the set.
Oh, that's
Again,
awesome.
this is live Airshow TV, and we have someone special and fun coming up right now. Lori on the wing.
Yes.
Right now, our Fox Jet sailplane, Bob Carlton.
This is really incredible. Bob is a rocket scientist, and we mean that.
He really
and if
is.
you've ever had a chance to talk to him in person, he's such an interesting character. You know, he had this idea to build these particular sailplanes, put the jet engine on them so it wouldn't require a tow, and then figured out, well, guys will appreciate, Lori says this about herself all the time, figured out how to make his wife the grunt being the person who does the most of the work, right? So she's out there helping load pyro at night, and look, she's let him go, smoke on, and he is getting ready to launch this sailplane unassisted with no tow plane required. I think that's the way to do it. Getting ready to take off.
There he is, the rocket scientist himself.
It's
putting
true.
things together. Joining us here at Reno Airshow with live Airshow TV, Bob Carlton in the Fox Jet sailplane, not only by day, but Vertigo Airshows will take it far into the night. During the day, beautiful demonstration of the jet sailplane. Bob began flying in 1979 at the age of 19. He has since logged over 2,000 hours in a wide variety of aircraft and holds a commercial pilot certificate. And it's incredible to see the aerobatics in the jet sailplane. This is he's had a number of different sailplanes. This one is new to the 2024 Airshow circuit. And really excited because not only does he do this, we saw him in the hangar last evening, yesterday. Him and Lori were going through and outfitting the Foxjet with pyro because he was a part of the evening twilight show, and the amount of equipment and pyro that is connected to the sailplane, and does a beautiful night routine as well.
And it's just the two of them, right?
Just
It's
the two of them.
all in the family. Also, speaking of people who are always a joy to be around. But listen, you know, it's when Bob sits down and talks to you and tells you about his passion, he is an inventor at heart, right? Which is why
really
he decided to do something. And you can see the graceful smoke system on the wingtips there that really help us track the movement through the sky as he both accelerates and then loses energy to go ahead and stay aloft for the duration of his performance.
And it goes far beyond just the jet sailplanes. He has flown hang gliders, airplanes, helicopters, and of course the beautiful sailplane from hundreds of sites in US, Canada, Mexico, and they travel all the way to Australia. Bob has flown air shows professionally since 1993, coming to us from New Mexico with his wife, Lori, that we saw, the grunt working so hard, hand in hand, to bring the air show together, and their dogs, Ginger and Dewey. Bob is a member of SSA as well as ICAS, the International Council of Air Shows, very much ingrained in the air show industry, and truly is one of the most versatile air show performers in North America. He began flying air shows in a Salto sailplane, and over the years has continued to add innovative performances such as the barnstorming biplanes aerobatics, helicopter sailplane tow, night aerobatics, as we just talked about with strobes and pyro, And now the 2 twin jet sailplanes.
Oh, that looks fun.
And the tradition of innovation continues with a recent addition of the Foxjet twin-engine jet sailplane with more power, more speed, and more aerobatic capability than any other sailplane on the planet. We asked Bob, why 2 jet engines? And of course, Bob being Bob, because if more is better, too much is just right.
Funny you would say that. Ixon in the chat saying had the honor of talking to Bob earlier this year, and the main thing he advocated for was just being unique, and unique he is. That is absolutely a very apt description of him. Colin Kunkel checking in with us. Hey, thank you very much. I'm assuming you're watching us from Canada, a friend of the show and just a wonderful photographer and all-around good human being. We're glad you're a part of this broadcast. Can't get your air show fix in person, you can watch us online, and we do appreciate that. Even Bob's, I mean, even Lori, you know, she'll show up to air shows with purple hair or pink hair, and it's always just such a treat to be able to spend some quality time with them. And the best thing, Earl Grey, yep, good old America, jet engine on a glider makes no sense at all. That, I agree. BAL, again, chiming in saying it's like the jet pits, but just in slow motion. Super slow motion. Oh, I don't know. He's got quite a bit of speed there, but in relative, of course, to jets that we've put on Wacos and everything else that we've done. What I appreciate about this is the really sleek line of this airplane.
The Foxjet sailplane, the theme new for 2024, Beauty is the Beast. After almost 30 years, the Super Salto has a sibling that we see here, the Foxjet sailplane, the 2-jet engine. It rips altitude and performs a classic sailplane aerial ballet. Then it has even more aerobatic capabilities for screaming low-level jet aerobatics, which Bob absolutely loves doing. No scheduling conflicts and valuable airshow time is wasted as the Foxjet hammers to altitude. Tow plane? We don't need no stinking tow plane.
It has the capability, I believe, to be able to go by which he just, why? Why not just make this a little simpler?
He has Lori to hold
He
the
has
wing.
Lori. Look at this smoke system.
Lori did that.
Yep, she did. Hey, you know what, Bob, Lori, we need to get you in touch with Jeff Benzing, Vicki Benzing's husband, because if you were a part of our broadcast earlier, if you're just joining us, you should know that Vicki Benzing for Christmas would like a smoke system for Plum Crazy. I think that needs to happen. But in the meantime, you can certainly see it in motion here.
Powered by 2 PBS TJ 100 jet engines, the 2-seat Foxjet sailplane is the only sailplane on the airshow circuit capable of carrying 2 people and performing a low-level jet-powered airshow performance. Utilizing its powerful jet engines, the Foxjet roars through a high-speed aerobatic climb, followed by a spectacular exhibition of graceful sailplane aerobatics, choreographed to classical music and featuring the world-famous Vertigo Airshow wingtip smoke that we just saw from white into a red-orange color. When the original altitude is spent, most sailplanes must land.
But not him.
Not him. He keeps going.
Pete Flores tuning in was initially curious. Hey, where is this air show? Friends, we are in Reno, Nevada for the Reno Air Show as we get ready to make our way to Roswell, New Mexico. Next year, the September family taking this show on the road, but also Pete did a tour with the Blues, working in avionics. So you can certainly stay tuned, Pete, for that. You know we've got that team coming up, so it should be absolutely exciting and incredible to watch, so we hope you'll stay with us.
A little bit more about Bob right now. He is a recipient of the 2017 Art Scholl Memorial Showmanship Award, the 2015 Bill Barber Award for Showmanship, and the 2015 Soaring Society of America's Chairman Award. Truly an accomplished air show performer here with us today. Again, he is a retired rocket scientist for a major national laboratory, and he just has so much fun. He goes, how can I make it bigger, better, faster, more innovative?
Classic Bob.
Hey, Lori, buckle up. Let's go.
And you see say to Bob, what gave you the idea? And he's like, well, I'll tell you what. And it's always this delightfully complicated story. What goes on in that rocket scientist's head is definitely fun to be a part of when you're around him talking to him about his next greatest ideas. So it's been just a treat to watch him out there flying with that incredible smoke system. Our camera work, by the way, what's interesting is sometimes those airplanes are so far away, and we do our best with these long lens cameras to bring you shots like this. It's hard to track these airplanes in the sky on camera, so kudos to our team out there working hard for you.
It looks like we are coming in for a landing. This is when Bob is talking to Lori because she is going to go out there, and we might have the chance to see it and grab that wingtip as he comes to a landing. But as we do that, we continue to watch the final approach. We have a special guest.
We've got Jim Pites with us. Jim, are we judging him? What do we think?
What do we think?
What do we think?
I think he's going to do it. He's coming down. He's never left it parked up there yet. So
yeah. That's great.
Now, typical Bob Carlton fashion, squeaked it on.
Yeah, nice butter landing.
I just don't know if it's really, right for Lori to have to run alongside. I think that's kind of demeaning. I need to talk to her.
Yeah, we should.
We definitely do.
So coming in, blowing off the energy. He's rolling off the energy, and we should see very shortly he is going to be making his way over to Lori by the truck and picking that up. But Jim, a question for you. We saw you up there and
you were having so much fun. You had a smile on your face up there today, and it was windy.
Well, I got beat up so bad yesterday.
It was easier today?
Well, you know what they say, it feels so good when the beating stops.
So it wasn't as bad. It was windy down here, but it was a little calmer up there.
No, it was beautiful today. I mean, a little breeze like this is wonderful. Yesterday, I hit my head. It was
I don't like this.
Man, it's probably the second or third roughest flight I've made.
Wow.
35 years of doing this.
That's saying something.
It was a challenge. I like a challenge, but that was a challenge.
But that was too much.
Well, look at that.
There she is.
There.
Oh, she didn't have to run. Good job, Bob.
That's like a dead stick.
But you know what? He got the message.
He did.
He heard us.
He heard you.
Look at that work. Lori pulling on the wing right now. Jim, talk to us a little bit. One of the things I noticed is you have been flying in air shows in multiple different aircraft. I can't help but notice this may be the most comfortable cockpit that you have.
It is. I've got my tunes going. I've got a cup holder if I want. I could have a drink while I'm doing it. You get so comfortable in an airplane like that. It is. Everybody said, well, when you got out of the extra and the high gyroscopic tumbling over, it's so much safer for you to be in this airplane. I hope my wife's not listening. It's really it's a challenge. It's a handful because it's not really, even though it left the factory approved for aerobatics, it's not a real, true hardcore aerobatic airplane. So it's a lot of work. It's really physical. You look at the hot rods and it's seconds per degree. Mine's degrees per second. It's like
that's amazing.
So it's a boat. It's
that.
a boat, but it is. It's comfortable. Coming and going to shows. It's IFR autopilot.
Well, so I've seen that cockpit. My daughter sat in that cockpit, actually, and it's quite tight. Yours does have much more. We're more comfortable going to shows. But talk a little bit about some of the modifications that you had to make that aerobatic worthy.
The really slight. I mean, we put a larger engine in it. It came out with 285 horse. We put and upgraded to a 300 with a different propeller. But more than it came from the factory. There was 179 of them that were approved for aerobatics. Most of them went to Lufthansa and KLM for trainers for upset and unusual attitude and spin training. And I think there's 15.
Oh, there you are.
15, yeah. Isn't that fun?
Look at you.
Oh, I'm focused. Look at
you are focused.
Upside down right now.
Well, and the other,
who won, by the way?
Well, let's just say that we cooperated a little there.
Nice dodge. It was him, wasn't it? Eric from Precision.
He held in longer than he should have. Let's just put it that way. I got to hand it to him. He's salty because the agreement was we're going to pass the blues. I'm letting off. The next thing I know, so I'm backing out the power, and he goes and starts pumping his fist out the window. And it's like, dude, you cheated. But
we're going to talk about that in the brief tomorrow. So tune in to this broadcast tomorrow to see about the rematch, the grudge match.
The grudge match. Well, I'm not going to be so naive to start backing off the power and getting ready to land yet. I thought it was over, but apparently it wasn't.
I can't wait to see.
But the smoke system, but there was a finite amount that were built for specifically certified for aerobatics. This was one of the last ones built. Not a lot of modifications structurally, just avionics, engine prop, and smoke system.
Jim, a question for you. What's it like to be here in Reno? Talk to us about being here and performing.
It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. This is my 35th consecutive year at Reno. Now, I even came out on 2011, 9/11. So, got special disposition from the FAA to and landed here, and of course the races were canceled. But so this has always been hallowed ground to me. I mean, I met some of the people that turned into my mentors. You know, the Bob Hoovers. Clay Lacey sitting over here in a chalet, grabbed me as I walked by and patted me on the back. I mean, all the history that's been in this place. Dennis Sanders. I watched him race first year I came here. The Sanders family is legendary at Reno. From, you know, Sandy to the boys, now to the son-in-law. I mean, it's just the lineages.
And Steve Hinton. Yeah.
And
Hinton.
Steve Hinton.
Yeah.
Steve Hinton is a great friend. Steve-O's a great friend.
Yeah.
I mean, all this started here at Reno. And so today I gave Dennis Sanders a aerobatic eval, and I'm thinking, here's one of my heroes that now I'm helping. It's just, it's really hard to describe, but it's so special to me, and it's so bittersweet, but it's been a great run. Think of that, 35 consecutive years.
We look forward to everything that's in store for the Reno Air Races as it becomes the Roswell Air Races, and we take the September family and we pick it up and we move it and we start fresh and along a lot of the legacy and history that you mentioned. Jim Pites, thank you so much for coming on the set with us. I appreciate I'm going to give you a hug. I appreciate you coming down here with us and taking the time. We're going to do our set selfie, and then we're going to talk a little bit about Mr. Steve Hinton, who is out there flying for us right now. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate you.
So, the legend, the industry, Steve Hinton, the F8F Bearcat, as many other pilots have. Steve Hinton grew a passion for aviation at a very young age, as very few pilots has ever done. Steve went on to have an iconic career, both as a pilot and a restorer of aircrafts. Steve's list of accomplishments is long, but some, they stand out above the rest. One of the most famous is holding the 3-kilometer speed record for piston engine propeller-driven aircraft for a decade, 1979 through 1989. And let's listen in as we have the Bearcat coming right past us. Steve was also the youngest person to ever hold the record at the age of 27. He's also used to that speed and skill to win many unlimited championships, including multiple national championships. Retiring from racing didn't stop all the list of accomplishments from growing. Highlights include being the president of Planes of Fame Museum we saw before with the P-38, the P-47, and the P-51A, and now flying the Bearcat for us. Restoring over 40 aircraft and being the founding member of the Motion Picture Pilots Association. The museum's F8F Bearcat is a unique aircraft. It is composed of parts from several aircraft. In 1947, Grumman, with naval approval, built 2 civilian models of the F8F. The Grumman G-58A was built for Major Alfred Williams to be used for his precision flying and dive bombing demonstrations for the public. Sponsored by the Gulf Oil Company, the aircraft was named Gulf Hawk II and painted in the company colors of orange and black. The aircraft was severely damaged in 1949 landing incident, and Planes of Fame Air Museum acquired the fuselage from the aircraft, and by combining parts from a number of other F8F Bearcats, was able to create this prime example of the F8 F2. As the wheels down right now, the Grumman Bearcat was a U.S. Navy and Marine Corps single-engine fighter aircraft. It was introduced late in World War II as a carrier-based fighter and replacing the obsolete F4F Wildcat and the F6F Hellcat. Climb reach was an important design factor for the F8F, which was faster and lighter than the F6F carrier-based fighter. A little history of the Bearcat. In late 1943, Grumman began development of the Bearcat, and deliveries from Grumman began on May 21st, 1945. And look right there, Steve Hinton, president of Planes and Fame, coming down a family lineage, hearing from our other pilots on the Sanders and the Hintons and so many others here at Reno, and the Bearcat touches down. Steve there in the cockpit. Through, again, a Warbird beautifully displayed in the Reno sky this afternoon. We will have the opportunity to see Steve fly tomorrow as well, so be sure to chime into our broadcast as he's coming in right now, taxiing. Let's listen in. Having so much fun here, Steve. Right now you can see in the Bearcat from 1946 to 1954, it saw combat and the French war being used by French forces. Surviving Bearcats from the war were given to the Republic of Vietnam Air Force, and the Royal Thai Air Force also flew a number of Bearcats that were purchased by the Navy, giving us a wave. We're gonna have the opportunity here. We've been talking about the taxi cam, and it's an opportunity to try and get you up close and personal like we are doing for you. But what they're gonna be doing is coming right behind us. And so we are about, let's see, Blue Angel 3 and 4 right now. He's coming around. We're gonna turn, there he is.
Nice. Bravo.
There we go.
Making sure he stays well clear, but a nice look up
coming
close
back
there.
Truly a legend. Steve, we also have Steve-O Hinton too,
Yes.
Steve Jr. And they are such an integral part of the air show industry, the racing, restoration, you name it. And then of course the museum.
Right.
Going through and preserving the Warbirds so that we can continue to fly them and share not only their stories, but the stories of those that have passed.
There's nothing quite like the sound of those planes, and you'll actually see how some of those Warbirds work in concert with our modern military fighters as we watch FEMA getting ready to taxi out and, as I like to say, ring out the F-16 with its iconic and unique paint scheme, and you can see Precision tucking right in, getting clearance from the air boss to make their way around as FEMA taxis on out. That airplane paint scheme that you are looking at was basically the very first paint scheme. So it is an homage to the way things were when this jet first came online. And something that FEMA worked very hard on with the team to make sure that they could get approval to do it. And he's always wanted to fly Vipers, so that has been something that's been very important to him. He was inspired to serve partially because of the events of 9/11, partially because of seeing other people fly. And now as he's there holding short for takeoff, we're paying attention to what's going on the announcer stand, getting ready to dip into their military narration as we hear what they are going to bring to the fight. And then the Warbird will be joining us, Greg B.A. Anders, who will be flying a P-51 today. And they go through a special training that happens in Arizona in the winter months. Of course, Arizona having great winter weather, an opportunity for them to learn how to fly in close formation. They practice many different types of flying so that when they have these different heritage flights that take place, you have a chance to see the modern military aviation buttoned up close and personal with the Warbirds. In this particular situation, a very special missing man to pay tribute to Apollo 8 astronaut, as well as BA's father. We talked about that earlier on the set today, and it was incredibly nice of him to take a moment to share with us about the significance of today's missing man, which you will see at the conclusion of the Viper demo flight. And if you're wondering why I'm still talking without taking so much as a breath.
Steph, we're holding right now because we want to be able to toss to them, and so they are lined up getting things ready. We heard our PA announcers over there going through some sponsor detail information, but we are just oh, we have BA taking off first. There we go. Oh, look at this.
Yeah. Not what it sounds like at all, but Valhalla.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of your United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Ken Wilsbach, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, we'd like to thank you for having us here in Reno, Nevada. I'm the Viper Demonstration Superintendent and one of your narrators, Master Sergeant Max Thomas from Wilmington, North Carolina. Here with me at Show Center is our safety observer and combat-ready fighter pilot, Captain Mitchell King, call sign Shadow, from Kansas City, Missouri. As members of Air Combat Command's 20th Fighter Wing located at Shaw Air Force Base in the beautiful Sumter, South Carolina, it is our distinct pleasure to describe you today a combat capability demonstration by the world premiere multi-role fighter F-16 Fighting Falcon, affectionately known as the Viper. The commander and pilot for the Viper demonstration team is Major Taylor Heister, call sign FEMA, from Robsonia, Pennsylvania. Major Heister joined the Air Force in 2015 after graduating from Penn State University, ROTC. He has been flying the F-16 since 2018 and serves as a combat-ready instructor pilot. The Block 50 Viper you'll see in today's demonstration is equipped with a General Electric F-129 afterburning turbofan jet engine. Ladies and gentlemen, stand up and put your hands together for Major Heister and the F-16 Fighting Falcon! Major Heister is now setting up for his first aerobatic maneuver, the Cuban 8. Watch now vertical figure 8 over the demonstration area. Major Heischer will now demonstrate the low altitude, high-speed capabilities of the F-16. As he passes show center, he will be in full afterburner just under the speed of sound at 700 miles per hour, burning 2 gallons of fuel per second. Major Heischer would like to address the crowd from the cockpit. Let's listen in now.
Good afternoon, Reno. It's FEMA. I'd like to dedicate this first pass to Senior Airman Eli Sanchez, celebrating his photo to join here and my family. We're celebrating 50 years of this amazing airplane and 10 years of aviation here in Reno. God bless America. God bless Nevada.
As he returns to show center, Major Heischer rapidly and snap the F-16 through a series of aileron rolls, demonstrating his exceptional roll maneuverability. In from the left, FEMA and the triple roll. In a dogfight, the ability to turn tight is not just a capability of the airplane, but of the fighter pilot as well. FEMA will apply full aft stick and turn the aircraft around in less than 3,000 feet while being pressed into the seat at 9 times the force of gravity. With the help of his flight equipment, Captain Heischer will fight his new body weight of 1,800 pounds while still flying with precision. Major Heischer will now demonstrate the F-16's crisp handling characteristics as he performs a forward, pausing briefly at each 90-degree increment. Notice the precision which these individual movements are executed. In from the left, the F-16 in the 4-point roll. Time from your right, FEMA's inbound feed pass. Every second, he'll be covering the distance of 3 football fields or 950 feet per second. This is still less than half the Viper's top speed of Mach 2. As he approaches show left, Major Heischer's repositioning for maneuver, which will demonstrate the F-16's ability to turn tight and stay unpredictable, a trait against low altitude threats. He will then quickly transition from horizontal flight in the vertical. Ladies and gentlemen, from your left, it's the Falcon turn. Major Heister is now slowing the F-16 to prepare for high alpha pass. While the Viper can fly at more than twice, slow speed control is just as important when maneuvering in a dogfight. This will be your best opportunity to look closely at the aircraft and its flight control. FEMA will be holding the Viper at a 23-degree nose-up position and moving at only 120 miles per hour. When he reaches show center, Major Heister will apply full afterburner and accelerate his time, demonstrating awesome thrust-to-weight ratio. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to want to get your cameras ready as Major Heister prepares to demonstrate the combination of thrust and digital flight control systems that makes a knife edge maneuver possible. In from your left, the F-16 and the knife edge pass. Now, watch as FEMA sets up for a maximum performance climb with a series of aileron rolls. As he pulls back on the stick, you'll see the Viper's exceptional power and rolling ability as he sends it from 300 feet to over 3 miles in seconds. Major Heister has begun a spiraling descent in preparation for the dedication pass. Major Heister and the rest of the F-16 Viper demonstration team from the 20th Fighter Wing wish to dedicate this pass to the men and women from all branches of the armed forces and their families who are so bravely fighting today's joint fight. Remember, our wounded warriors and veterans in attendance, and those who have given their lives defending this great nation. Best photo opportunity, so get your cameras ready to capture this salute. And now, from to the right, the F-16 Viper demonstration team proudly presents the Dedication Pass. The Viper you see in action today is maintained and showcased by our expert team of maintenance and public affairs professionals. Crew Chief, Staff Sergeant Colton McMicken from Leonville, Louisiana. Senior Airman, Iowa. Senior Airman Elias. Electrical Environmental Specialist, Senior Airman Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Avionics Specialist, Staff Sergeant Austin Denny from Mount Vernon, Kentucky. and our public affairs specialist, Senior Airman Megan Hutton from Leominster, England. You can tag all of your social media posts and photos with @ViperDemoTeam. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of the 27th anniversary of the Heritage Flight, I would like to, in 1997, the leader of retired military and civilian pilots to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. From this gathering was born the Heritage Flight, a unique visual representation of the Air Force's history from the days of the Army Air Corps to the present.
Who've had to fly and fight, who have served their country in the sky with a grateful heart and watchful.
Flying in formation today is Greg Anders, call sign BA, in a beautiful World War II era P-51 Mustang in your United States Air Force F-16. Ladies and gentlemen, FEMA has a very special message from the cockpit. Let's listen in now.
Ladies, for a very, I have the honor of flying in formation today, flying the P-51 that belonged to his father, Major General Bill Anders. You may remember that Bill is an Apollo 8 astronaut. He's famous for taking the Earthrise photo. And unfortunately, we lost him in a tragic aviation accident early this year. Greg is going to honor his father flying his Mustang, and he's going to climb off and pull up into the sun, honoring his memory. Honor of a lifetime to be up here wearing an Apollo 8 patch that belonged to Bill. God bless the Anders family. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Air Force Heritage Flight. We hope you enjoyed watching and taking pride in this rare display of more than 70 years of air power.
And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, where is this place? It turns out it was right in my own backyard.
I'm not a passenger pilot.
In training?
Yeah, in training. My dad taught me to fly. To fire the burner, read the wind, and plot a course over our home. The land of enchantment. Are we still in New Mexico?
I've always been interested in this kid. I've never lost that childish. I just wanted that feeling of a family having an outer space adventure together and come through as a family unit victorious.
Are you ready for Airplanes aren't supposed to do that.
One Mustang. He's gonna give us a 4-point roll. There's one. There's two. There's three. And 4. Major Heaster has now lowered the landing gear. As he approaches the runway, he will decelerate to about 150 miles per hour, enabling the F-16 to stop in less than 3,000 feet if necessary. Add its ability to take off from relatively short runways, and you have a fighter that can operate from thousands of airfields in virtually every country in the world. While today's demonstration shows you how well the F-16 can maneuver in combat, what we cannot show you is its striking power or accuracy and lethality of the weapons that it carries. The Viper can hit targets well outside of visual range while flying faster than the speed of sound. Coupled with innovative, motivated, versatile, and adaptable airmen, your United States Air Force F-16 Fighting Falcon is applying new technologies and capabilities never before employed on a fighter. As proud members of an all-volunteer Air Force, we hope our performance has inspired you to serve your country alongside the professional men and women you see here in action today, either flying in the cockpit of an F-16 or on the ground, guaranteeing its readiness to fight. On behalf of the United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Ken Wilsbach, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, thank you for your attendance, thank you for your patriotism, and thank you for your support. And it's back to you, Hollywood.
The 1990s saw Rare Bear with either Lyle Shelton or John Penny at the controls was the plane to beat early on. Then Tiger DeStefani and Strego became all but invincible with 4 wins of the decade's gold championships. But a new challenger and champion closed out the 90s. A Mustang called Dago Red with pilot Bruce Lockwood took the last 2 gold championships. The 90s were notable for several other reasons. In 1993, in the biplane class, Patty Johnson Nelson became the first female champion in any class. She ended up with 3 championships and a mom called Full Tilt Boogie. Women also broke through in the T6 class. Although Eddie Van Fossen won 4 straight times, Mary Dilda finished first in 1997. The millennium ended with Nick Macy taking the first of what would be many titles. The Formula One pilots all raced for second place year in and year out in the 90s. That's because John Sharp and his plane Nemesis had a stranglehold on the gold, winning an all-time Reno record 9 straight years. The streak ended only because Sharp retired Nemesis. Late in the decade, the sport class debuted. Designed for competitors flying kit-built planes, the class drew early rave reviews. Dave Morse was its early 2-time champion. The 1990s, records are set and racing grows.
What a performance and a demonstration and a story. Having them on set first to talk to them and hear how they got started, and then to see them come together with the heritage flight. You can see right now, right in front of the Condor Squadron, which will be coming up shortly. We're going to see right now, we can see BA in the P-51. He is waving out the window. FEMA behind, and our F-16 Viper demonstration team. We're gonna wait and see as they taxi through. They were indicating to us that they might take a visit to what we are affectionately calling our taxi cam here at Reno Airshow 2024.
And while we wait for them to make their way down to us, I want to give a special shout out to Werner, coming to us from the Flying Bulls, all the way out in Austria, affiliated with Red Bull, as well as Neil Karen Shackleton, watching from Australia. We knew we would have a Southern Hemisphere check-in, and that we have. Let's take a look at Earthrise. You heard earlier BA, who's flying that plane there, talk about the photo his dad took. And this is his dad, obviously being an Apollo 8 astronaut, and just...
Even me, and I want you to understand the controls. The rudders are on the floor. You put your toe of your shoe on that, put your heel on the ground, and that's how you get the aircraft to turn. Left aileron, left turn, right aileron, right turn. Is that the rudder that I'm wiggling right now? Yes, that's the rudder you're wiggling right now. Rudder thing you do on the back. Okay, is this the aileron, the ones I'm wiggling right now? Well, not right now. You don't need to do that. Mostly the ailerons. Try a left turn. Left turn now. Left stick. Okay, what next? Okay, now put the stick in the center, let go, and see if the airplane doesn't fly itself better. That is pretty good. I'm literally just letting go right now. Oh my goodness. Okay, I let go. All right, now listen, it's simple. If you push the stick forward, the houses get bigger. If you pull the stick back, the houses get smaller. It's that easy. Okay, back. All right, you're settling down. Do it nice and good. See that thing down there that looks like a road? That's a runway. That's where you're going to try to land the Cub. Okay, no, not the brake pedal. That's not a brake pedal. That's the rudder and aileron. Oh, we've been TP'd. I don't have to tell you. Oh, what the inside of that cockpit must be like. If that stuff comes down next to you, don't anybody touch it. We'll get FEMA to take care of it. Red, you got to listen to me. You got to use the controls the way I told you. Now settle down. You can do it. Okay, wait, you get a little speed on her to find mud busting. All right, now we got a rescue vehicle, Tucker's Rescue 82 on the runway, and we're gonna try an experiment. Okay, I'm gonna try and land this thing. How do you land? All right, now see that that red vehicle on the runway. Watch out for your debris. It's still landing on the ground. Don't let that get into the carburetor intake. Okay, I think you're settling down. I'm proud of your progress. Red, how do you feel? Land right here on this big freeway. Well, it's a runway, but that's fine. Easy. Settle down. Settle down. Good? No?
It's harder than they make it look on TV.
Well, yeah, TV's one thing. It's a lot of illusion. Hollywood is illusion in a lot of ways. They're all airplanes, and they're all controllable. You only have to calm down. Okay, now see that red vehicle on the runway out in front of you?
Oh, yeah, okay, I see them.
All right, we got a device on there. It's a giant magnet. It was devised by Mike Tyson. He's your driver of that vehicle. He's going to try to activate that and get you drawn in to the top of that with that powerful magnet. Are you ready to try that? Well, we'll make it easy on you with that device. You know, Mike Tyson's a brainiac. If there's anybody that can do the job, he can. Now, all Jeffro has to do is get close to Rescue 82. The driver will flip the switch, and a powerful magnet will suck the plane down into the rack, thereby saving Red from certain peril.
Ooh.
All right, drawn into the giant magnet. Rescue 82, two. Well,
Oh, so close.
oh, that was a nice attempt. We're gonna try to dial up the magnet to maximum drawing power.
Okay, let's try it again. I put Danny, I tell you what, I felt the feeling pouring out of my teeth, out of my head on that one. I chickened out, straight up, I chickened out. Let's do it again.
All right, I like your tenacity. You're getting the hang of it.
No, I don't feel like I have any other options right here.
Oh, we got plenty of options. You'll be fine. I'm proud of the job you're doing.
Okay, keep telling me. My love language is words of affirmation, Danny.
Did you happen to be able to feel that magnet drawing you in? Was there any feeling of that at all in the air?
Oh yeah, I could feel it pouring the fillings out of my mouth. I'm not kidding. It was powerful, but I think we need to turn it up to 11.
Okay, we got her up to maximum, and based on your progress on the last flight, I think we're going to be fine.
Okay, we're gonna try it one more time.
All right, that's Mike. Mike, are you on the frequency? Okay, Mike, we're counting on you to coordinate with Red. Turn her up to 11, and when you get the timing done, bring him on in, Mike Tyson.
Roger that, sir.
All right, don't bomb your buddy now. Don't buzz your buddy.
Oh, we're kind of landing the other way.
Yeah, kind of with the traffic, with the Rescue 82, two.
Okay, I see him. He's moving. That's a good sign.
All right, nice and easy on the controls.
I'm gonna get real close so I hear him.
All right, now that magnet's going to draw you in. You just go easy on the controls. Let the magnet and the autopilot do everything for you. Nice and gentle. On, and into the groove. If you haven't figured by now, that's Eric Tucker and his famous version of the comedy Cub Act and Truck Top Landing. By the way, he is the only man in North America this year doing that act on a regular basis. Second generation performer, Eric Tucker.
I think we did it again.
You did her, buddy. The crowd is so proud of you. Bring her on in.
Oh my gosh. You know, I'm going to tell you right now, folks, it's really hard to fly that bad. Oh, the skill, and especially with this bit of breeze that's going on, looking out the flag at home pylon there and the windsocks, it's a little breezy. And it was well done. And oh my gosh, yeah, we'll bring him down here, and you got to give him a lot of love when he comes in here, folks. Gotta pay some bills here, folks. National Structures Events and Services specializes in high quality.
This looks like a lot of fun. I just still can't believe that someone said, you know what we should do? We should land that plane on a moving vehicle.
Yes, why not?
Why not?
And look at the teamwork. We've been talking about this throughout the entire air show. Mike Tyson right there, we had him on set going to secure the plane, later to be recovered, but what a great comedy act. So much fun to see.
Brings a little levity to this. I am joined now on set by Dr. Fred Telling. He is the chairman and CEO for the National Championship Air Races. How are you doing today?
Steph, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm just doing terrific. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Hey, we talked about teamwork. We talked about enthusiasm. An interesting bittersweet time. We love being here in Reno, but we are moving to Roswell. And tell me about what you're looking forward to as we get ready to bring the air races to that great state.
Well, I think one of the amazing thing is, you know, we've been here for now with this event 60 years, 59 years we've been able to race. But the truth of the matter is we went around looking for a new home. First thing that impressed everybody on our team was just how enthusiastic all 6 of the finalist communities were. They wanted the races, they wanted to support it, and the fact of the matter is, you know, I can't say one was greater than another, but the truth is, from the first time we landed in Roswell and we met them that night, there were like 200 people turned out for the cocktail party, and at the end of that, I looked at them all and I said, you know, if passion, love, enthusiasm was all it took, we could stop our search now, but it isn't. We needed a lot of other things, and we worked through all over the last year. But in May of this year, we announced Roswell. And one of the reasons is the city, the town, the state have all just opened their hearts, and they're dying to support us. It's an old World War II training base. It became a SAC base then, right up until late '67. So it's got perfect facilities, more space than we have here. And we've been honored and pleased to have this facility. The truth is we've got probably 77 acres of event space going forward, a good 1/3 larger than we have here. We'll be able to host so many more aircraft, people can fly in. So the truth of the matter is, while we've got challenges, and it's worse than moving a house. You know, I lived in a house for 30 years, and now all of a sudden we realize, you know, we've been here 59 years. We've had the course, we tweak things each year, we make improvements, but now it's everything has to be started from scratch. We'll have new surface areas for the exhibit space. We'll have a brand new grandstand that's contracted now and going to be ready in August. But everything we've done, we have to pick it up and figure out how we fit it in there. And the city has been wonderful. You may have seen in opening remarks today, I had the team out there. Yeah. The mayor's enthusiastic.
We put him on the set here. He's a riot.
We got pinned.
So Mayor Tim Jennings is irrepressible. That's my best word for him. He is enthusiastic. He's got a vision for what he wants for Roswell, and the team that supports him shares that vision. So, you know, starting with, we are so excited that we're going to be able to go to a home where people really want us, and it's got perfect areas for our people to race. So I think we're going to have even safer racing than we have here, and the big challenge is, you know, space and housing isn't the same, but the reality is people will make adjustments. It's a regional area. It's going to be very exciting. Sorry, I'm probably nattering on too long, but we're thrilled.
This is a sound that is near and dear to Fred Telling's heart, and I do want to just ask you about that. Tell me a little bit about your history here with the September family.
Well, it's I started actually with my wife here in 1985 as spectators, and as the years went by, we were sitting in our box seats, and we'd have friends over from Sacramento, and it was always a wonderful time. But on Sunday, you know, we got to relax and then fly home. Well, one day, someplace around 97, I looked at my wife and said, well, I'd like to do that. And she goes, do what? I said, well, I want to fly those T6s. Well, after she picked herself off the floor, having, you know, laughed her ass off from the seat, she looked at me and she said, that is among the dumbest ideas you've ever had. And she didn't go on to say, and you've had a lot of them, but, you know, she constrained herself. And then she told me there are 3 reasons. You know, you don't have any tail wheel time, you're not military, you're not an ex-crop duster like all these people. And I said, well, you know, I'm still in my 40s, I can learn. Well, God bless her, she supported me. I bought a T6. I trained with a guy who was an instructor in the Air Force in 1955. And Vandersloot became a good friend. I said, you know, I can tell you your style, whoever's up in front, no matter how old they are, and you get him back, they're just like one more snot-nosed cadet you used to deal with years ago. You train the same way, and it worked for me, and it was a wonderful relationship. And in the end, we ended up moving to Spruce Creek. We still live there now. I've got 2 T6s, 1 racer, 1 stock, a P-51 Mustang, and then the small plane that we use for our family station wagon. And, you know, aviation's my history, and so I started racing. I raced for about 12 years. I became president of the T6 Association. I love it. I just had lunch with some of our board members today. I've been the luckiest fellow to have great board members in T6 and Brera. And then in 15, 16, they asked if I'd consider joining the board of Brera, and I said yes. Well, the next year, about halfway through the year, the chairman at the time, John Agatha, came up to me and he said, well, Fred, you know, I'm thinking of stepping down as chairman. I've been chairman now 3 years. The usual term was 2. And he said, we're wondering, you know, who there ought to be. And I said, well, how about so-and-so? Well, no, that was Joey. He's already been chairman. And I knew Terry Matter had been chairman. I said, well, how about Mary Beth? Well, she's down in Las Vegas. He finally cut it off and he said, Fred, you got to understand. I've already got 5 of the 6 votes for you for chairman. It'd be nice if you'd vote for yourself. So that's how I became chairman in October of 17. And Joey was acting CEO and he wanted to step away. And we looked and we had 3 great candidates. And you know, if you say there are 5 things you want in a candidate, well, every one of them had 2.5. And if I could have merged a couple, I could have had a solid 5, right? But you know, we can't do that. So the board said, what do you want to do? And I said, well, you know, we can't pick one of those. And they said, well, would you consider it? And I said, well, the problem is I've always believed the chairman, I mean the CEO, ought to live here. I said, I live in Florida with my wife. I can't move. So we struck up a deal. I said, I'll take it as a volunteer. If we make any money, maybe you pay me a bonus. And if we don't, you know, I just want to see this thing turn around. So I've now been doing it for, as of this event, 7 years. I am honored and pleased to be chairman and CEO, but the reality is I've got to put a pitch in for Tony Lagatetto. He was COO, and just a few months ago we promoted him to president. And the reality is, I have said from the beginning, I couldn't do what I do, long distance, and then here during the year without Tony as my partner and without the strength of the board that I have. So pulling all these people, back to your earlier comment, oh, we lost something on the screen.
We're watching Vicki benzing right now in Plum Crazy.
Gorgeous.
Just a gorgeous airplane, legendary as she takes to the skies high above here, the Reno Stead Airport. Brittany?
Vicki Benzing is an accomplished pilot, skydiver, aerobatic performer, and of course, a racer. Vicki got the racing bug when a friend invited her to come play in the sandbox at the National Championship Air Races in Reno, Nevada. In her first year of racing, Vicki was chosen as Rookie of the Year after having won her first race ever. And in 2015, Vicki became the fastest woman racer ever in the history of the Reno Air Races when she qualified in the jet and the race course. It was 469.831 miles per hour. And take a look right there, Vicki Benzing and Plum Crazy.
That's the pyro on the field. Car alarms going off everywhere. Friends, we know you heard it even if you didn't have a chance to see those gas bombs go off. They really do get your attention. I gotta love it. Perhaps a little more boom than just the gas bombs, because I felt that one too. There's a little percussive action going on to keep us wide awake. Vicki loving this, by the way. This is what she was so excited about when we had her on the set this morning and she got a shimmy. She said, I don't get to do this. And she's not done. This isn't done. We're coming around again, so pay attention when she crosses home pylon. We've got something else special in store that she is very much so looking forward to as she takes a mock lap around the track here at Reno Stead.
And what an honor it is to have her back flying Clay Lacy's original aircraft that was raced in 1964.
Vicki qualified, I believe, to fly in 3 separate classes.
She did, and she is the only the second woman ever to race in the unlimited class in the 59-year history of Reno Air Races.
We'll keep our eyes open as she crosses home pylon. Boom, there it goes.
And there's our pyro and the victory roll. So you mentioned all 3 classes. That would be the Sport, Jet, and Unlimited. Going through, truly, she has flown the Glass Air, the Lance Air, and the L39 and L139, and the P51 that we see right here. Plum crazy. And again, sponsored, we talked about earlier, California Aeronautical University, truly a great partnership with them, training the next generation of pilots. California Aeronautical University's teamed up with Vicki benzing, flying today's show to inspire youth about the excitement of aviation, not only air shows, but of course, air racing.
Normally when racers finish in the course, they pull up, they give themselves some altitude, some wiggle room, if you will. However, she said this time I get to roll. We don't get to do that when we're racing. We will get disqualified. So I'll love to see that.
Now I have to tell you a little bit about the paint. It is so fascinating to me. Al Paulson, the founder of Gulfstream, purchased the airplane in 1964 from his friend Clay Lacey, Fred you were just talking about, to race in the inaugural Reno Air Races. Around that time, Al was starting an airline service to Hawaii, and he ordered 150 gallons of custom purple paint to paint 1 stripe on the side of the airline. He was accidentally shipped 1,500 gallons of this custom paint that you see right here. So what do you do with all that paint? Well, you just paint everything. The toolbox, the tugs, the ladders, the hangar, and of course, the P51.
It's the color she wears on the shirt as well as part of her uniform.
Well, that story continues, and I told you this stuff when we were driving. We left the rehearsal yesterday and we were driving, and a FedEx truck went by, and I remember Vicki telling me there is a story with FedEx. The color, let's see here, the purple color made the airplane instantly recognizable, and because of this, Fred Smith, the founder of FedEx, decided to incorporate the color purple in the logo. So every time you see FedEx, tie it to Vicki benzing, Clay, and plum crazy, the P51 that we are seeing here. How cool is that? FedEx.
And a shipping error unlike any other. I got 1 too many zeros in there, but you know what? Just ship it anyway. We'll figure it out when it gets to where it needs to be.
The other really cool point too is Bob Hoover flew this airplane.
Yeah, that's awesome. You have to love the sound of it too. I mean, again, there's so many. This is an auditory and visual feast when you see all these airplanes racing. But certainly there's some that we have come to idolize even more. The Mustang being one, the T6, those radial engines. And then, you know, obviously when we have our friends with the modern military just setting off car alarms right and left, that's obviously very sexy as well. So look at the gorgeous lines on this bird.
So after Clay had Plum Crazy for 55 years, he sold it to his friend Vicki. In 2019, Vicki flew it to Reno in 2019 and exhibited as a static display. So that was the first time coming back as Vicki had it under ownership. After the air races, she flew it down to Chino. We talked about Chino, California, and the Chino kids for restoration under the careful guidance of Steve Hinton Jr. Wow, these names keep coming up, Fred.
Mm-hmm. Part of the September family.
It's a tight audience and a closely knit family, and the expertise that all these people bring together is what keeps these aircraft flying.
I agree.
And Vicki, of course, campaigned it to 4th place finish in the unlimited class at the final national championship air race here in Reno in September 2023.
You know she's got a smile that's so wide on her face right now.
The giddiness she had to be able to provide the air show demonstration in the racetrack here.
Fred, she's been joking that all she wants for Christmas, you know, you might think, oh, I'll get my wife a candle, a bottle of wine, whatever. And she said, no, I just want a smoke system for this.
Jeff, give me smoke.
Do you remember I had the P-51 Mustang that raced here years ago as Boomer, and had raced earlier under Ed Weiner. And when I bought it, you know, we needed to redo the engine, so I went to Jack Roush. He took it all apart and he said, well, Fred, you know, that has the wrong camshaft and crankshaft in it. And I said, really? He goes, yeah. I said, where do you get a brand new crankshaft for a 1944 Merlin engine? He said, well, I was in England a while ago and I bought up a stockpile and I happen to have a number of them in their original Cosmoline box. So that year, it was about October when we were talking, so that year, my Christmas present for my wife, as she said, was a brand new 1944-9 crankshaft. As I affectionately say, that was the year she gave me the shaft.
I love that story. I love that. Fred, before we let you go, I just wanted to let you continue your thought from earlier. You were talking about teamwork and keeping it in sort of a broad perspective. We are a family. You've adopted me, certainly, and you've allowed other people. Going to take a team to get the job done as we make the move to Roswell. But if there's anyone up for the challenge, it's all of us coming together.
Well, and you're exactly right, and that goes back to your comment about teamwork with Eric Tucker and his team to pull off that act. And the reality is, as I was trying to say, I couldn't be more honored to have the board, the volunteers, all of the expertise. This event could not happen without the 1,200 volunteers come back every year. We are deeply honored and pleased to have them, and that combined with new people that'll become part of our family in Roswell, we're excited about the future. I want to believe that when I die, which unfortunately will be before that next 60 years will be, but I want to believe when I die that this is going to go on well in the future.
Yeah. Dr. Telling, thank you so much for making the time with us today, and we'll go ahead and take that full screen as we watch this gorgeous P-51 coming in for a butter landing.
Well, thank you for everything that you do.
Wait. All right, can we get a taxi cam, my friends? Picture in picture.
Sorry.
I don't know if we can do that. There you go. Dr. Telling, ta-da.
You guys are the best. You know, and for the record, let him see. He didn't even buy me a beer. I'll pimp this guy any day. Eric, you're terrific.
Oh, goodness. High five to that. There you go.
That's what makes Reno great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for all you do for aviation.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
As we welcome back, we say farewell to Fred. Thank you so much as we talk about the transition to Roswell. We had the taxi cam visit by Tucker Patrol, and ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in just a moment.
This dance was born here. It became the legacy of my family. 6 hoops, many forms. Eagle, butterfly, water serpent, Mother Earth. When I dance, it brings me home.
There was a visionary who imagined something that at that time was impossible to do. He dreamt of reaching Mars. His experiments allows us to sit in a planetarium and gaze at the cosmos like his generation never imagined that we could.
3, 2, 1. Track.
Are you ready for an air show?
The show is about to begin.
For the first time in 22 years, Yellowstone International Air Show.
Absolute target-rich environment, Steph.
What a shot. That's incredible.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? That is outstanding flying, my friend.
I can feel it jumping out of the screen right now.
Thank you so much for having me.
We have thousands upon thousands of viewers across all of our platforms.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that was just the coolest thing ever.
Everyone enjoy the rest of the show.
This has been an absolutely wonderful day.
Are you ready for an air show?
Airplanes aren't supposed to do that.
Coming in hot.
I sure will. The airplanes are a little bit hard to tell apart, so I need to. I got to read the names on the side of the airplane.
Peaks to the left of the start. And as they're coming in for a break for landing, Kenny, not only Hedrick Odston back in 1968 winning the gold race in this particular class, but they came in over the years and did comedy acts for us where they would get Baron von Nasty into a makeshift loo, a porta-john, and they would bomb him and the sides would come off the porta-john and you would see his knickers. And he was embarrassed to be in front of the entire audience, and he would be running around like a crazy guy, a guy without the pants on, oh, it was terrible. And see, he's laughing. So we had a great time with it. And I think Dynamite was involved with that breakaway outhouse that was out in front of the crowd.
Maybe we can do something like that in Roswell.
Okay.
Maybe they'll appreciate that out there.
All right, we're going to get coming in and a break for a landing, and Kenny's going to reintroduce the dedicated team to you. Again, we see them do so many things for memorials, for the veterans, for parades. Let's give that list again of the great things they do on a volunteer basis out of Van Nuys.
Yes, on a volunteer basis, absolutely. They're there day after day after day, either working on them or flying these airplanes, and anytime they're needed for a memorial of any time, just like the one that we did this afternoon, they're ready, raring to go. And they will call in sick, and they got priorities, and this is a priority for them. Absolutely, flying.
And you might have mentioned there's a lot going on here in preparation for the Blues and all the commotion that Eric Tucker, of course, was deserved. Their beginning, I believe, was 1965. Am I right? They started
1962.
62 they started. Okay. Yep. Wow, they've been at it a long time. All right, the team coming in from your right, and it should be a break for a landing. And Kenny Price will reintroduce the team to you. Okay, well, we're waiting for that. We're concerned about our great spectators, so we got a lot of show left to go. Suntan lotion, sun blocker, keep it on you, especially your young kids. We don't want the pain of sunburn for adults or kids tonight or tomorrow. Nothing's worse. And also stay hydrated. Keep the food.
It is obviously important to mention the purpose of our squadron being here today. Two of the pilots, Dorn and V, pulled up in a two-man missing man in honor of Chris Rushing and Nick Macy. Very well-respected, beloved of our September family in a crash. The Condor Squadron more broadly honors military aviation through flight exhibition and remembrance, which is what they've done here today. So importantly, so we do thank them for honoring the legacy of Chris Rushing and Nick Macy. The sound of those radial engines as they make effectively a carrier break a lot of their speed and energy, and you can see now we are joined on set by Mr. Adam Glowowski with the International Council of Airshows, who did not know he was doing this interview.
Not a clue.
Not a clue, and then we said surprise, and you're here with us now, and we are glad that you're with us. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you guys doing today?
Great.
Great. Adam, can you tell us a little bit about your role?
I'm the VP International Council of Airshows, and we are basically an association of airshow professionals. And the intent of the association is to grow and build the industry from within our organization, and then to actually bring in new members for the organization to help grow the airshow industry as a whole.
What's interesting for us here is during this broadcast, I've got someone checking in right now, and coming in from Germany. We've got folks, Ireland checking in. It's fun to be able to share what we do here in North America with this broader global audience. Are we doing a good job marketing what we're doing here?
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Wonderful job marketing.
I just need a little bit of love. For the International Council of Air Shows, we all get together in Vegas in December, and it's our December family, if you will. We talk about September family here. Why is it important for you to come out to show sites in advance of what we do in December in Vegas?
Well, we visit shows throughout the entire air show season, and the multiple members of our staff go to try and visit different air shows throughout the North America, even throughout the world, really. What's going on? What are the important issues that we need to tackle, that we need to address, and what's working? What are people doing that is really well that we want to translate throughout the greater air show industry? And there's a lot of opportunity to do that, and we very much so enjoy getting here and meeting our members and meeting our fine folks and chatting with them and just having really, really productive conversations.
Now, I think if we're taking here at 1500, that we're about 1 minute away or so from that happening. So you get to hang out with us while we do that dance. Because here's the deal. We're slightly separate from, obviously, our esteemed announcers. We've got Roy Halfley as well as Danny Hollywood Clisham. But we'll see us pop what we call our cans off so we can take a little listen to what's going on there, because we will be sort of driving this transition as we keep track of the clock and find out if in fact, and we do this on purpose because one takes it on time every time. It is the Blue Angels, so that we are well prepared to toss out to them. How many air shows have you been to? Just that's all I want to know. How many air shows this year?
I believe 6.
6, there you go.
So far. I still have a couple more to go before the end of the year.
Well, let's go check out what's going on. We'll be right back.
Reno welcomed the new millennium with the introduction of air racing's fastest class. The jet class had a demonstration race in 2000 that was a hit. And by the end of the decade, pilots were averaging more than 500 miles per hour around the pylon. The Unlimiteds were not far behind. With the exception of 1 year, either Strega, Rare Bear, or Dago Red won the gold championship. Along the way, a new star was born. Stephen Hinton, the son of a two-time Unlimited champion, was at the controls of Strega in 2009 at a winning speed that stands as the all-time. Early in the decade, the gold champ Daryl Greenemeyer returned to glory in the sport class. He won in a Lancer Legacy. But it was John Sharp in his Nemesis NXT that caught most of the attention in the newly created Super Sport class, winning 3 years in a row. However, there was no parity in the biplane class. Tom Averly found the winning combination in his Mong Sport named Phantom. The 2000s, air racing breaks the speed limit.
Fat Albert right there as we wait to turn things over to the U.S. Angels and our Marine Corps, proudly displayed outside right now. And again, we're continuing to listen in as we get ready to take to the sky the
Bert's
wave.
rolling. I do love seeing that flag out the top, giving a big wave. Thank you. That's right. We see you.
Valhalla right there, the F-16. And we're on the roll. Absolutely gorgeous
everyone in the
here
back.
today. Oh, they're just giving a wave. The whole team.
I can see our announcer for the Blue Angels, Connor. He's got the mic in hand. I'm watching off in the distance the activity as Bert taxis.
And there we go. What a shot right here. Giving a wave, cooling off. Hopefully have some breeze there right now. The winds actually became quite calm.
Bert's a workhorse. Bert looks real pretty. Bert's all gussied up, but at the end of the day, Bert is the reason that the team can get around, can move a lot of their parts and personnel very quickly from show site to show site. And it's one of the reasons why the Blue Angels do not cancel because of mechanical, because of their esteemed team of maintainers who work so diligently to make sure that those jets stay flying. Those jets are often given to the team at the end of their lifespan. So there's some extra love and care, much like if you had a very old car. You have to take a little extra care of it. That's what they do here, and then they go and ring them out in the sky.
And for all of you tuning in, again, thank you for checking in with us. A special shout out to our Blue Angels family and friends who are not able to be here in person. We know you are watching, and we are still listening in right now. Want to say thank you. This is going to be, once again, an incredible demonstration, and to be able to capture it on live Airshow TV and to watch it over and over again. And we will also be back again tomorrow. Right now, Fat Albert lined up our C-130. Getting things buttoned up, ready to go. The flag is pulled back in. The crew is getting settled in the cockpit and in the back in the cargo area.
I just heard Danny Hollywood Clisham say, what about today? I can't remember what I had yesterday. And I just dropped into that narration for a hot second. That's pretty funny.
Hollywood actually wanted to come on set with us, but he was trying to juggle how to do live PA announcing and also be over here with us. But he says hello to everyone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. We are going to turn the things over to the U.S. Navy Blue Angels. Here we go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron takes pleasure in performing for you. This our 53rd flight demonstration of the 2024 season. I'm Lieutenant Connor O'Donnell, narrator for the Blue Angels. The Blue Angel maintenance crew and their equipment for C-130 Super Hercules, affectionately known as Fat Albert. It is the large blue and white aircraft taking its position on the runway to your right. Today, Fat Albert will be demonstrating the high-performance climb capability of the Lockheed Martin C-130 Super Hercules. On the runway from the right, Fat Albert will soon be rolling. They'll accelerate to 125 miles per hour, perform a low transition, and execute a high-performance climb, placing the aircraft in a 45-degree nose-up attitude. The C-130 Hercules, built by the Lockheed Martin Aircraft Company, was first produced in 1956. It was designed as a tactical transport aircraft, capable of lifting heavy payloads both into and out of short or unimproved airstrips, as well as providing air delivery and close air support. The aircraft is powered by 4 Rolls-Royce turboprop engines, producing more than 18,000 shaft horsepower, enabling takeoffs on runways as short as 2,500 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Petco is now positioning Fat Albert behind the grade pass, flown at airspeeds approaching 300 miles per hour. From the left, the Fat Albert Parade Pass. The C-130 is capable of carrying a payload of 40,000 pounds at a top speed of 375 miles per hour and at altitudes as high as 35,000 feet. Captain Petco is now positioning Fat Albert for a low-altitude, high-speed pass. From the right, at 370 miles per hour, the Fat Albert Flat Pass. Aviation, hoping to inspire a culture of excellence and service to country. The maneuvers you will see demonstrated here this afternoon are coordinated tactical techniques developed by Navy and Marine Corps pilots in both peacetime training and actual combat. These maneuvers are neither stunts nor daring feats, but are refinements of basic techniques taught to every prospective naval aviator. Here, over Reno Stead Airport, we will demonstrate these maneuvers at very low altitude in traditional Blue Angel formation, so that you may see and take pride in the precise fashion in which your Navy and Marine Corps pilots are trained to fly. Now direct your attention to the ramp before you. Observe the military manner in which the 6 demonstration pilots approach their aircraft and are saluted by their crew chiefs. Ladies and gentlemen, flying Blue Angel number 1, the commanding officer and flight leader of the Blue Angels from Skaneateles, New York, Captain Alex Armatas. Flying Blue Angel number 2, the right wingman from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Commander Jack Keelty. Flying Blue Angel number 3, the left wingman from Georgetown, Texas, Lieutenant Commander Wes Perkins. Flying Blue Angel number 4, the slot pilot from Mounds View, Minnesota, Lieutenant Commander Amanda Lee. Flying Blue Angel number 5, the lead solo from Madison, Wisconsin, Lieutenant Commander Griffin Stengel. Flying Blue Angel number 6, the opposing solo from Baltimore, Maryland, Commander Thomas Zimmerman. As the crew chiefs assist the pilots into their jets, you are witnessing the teamwork found in all Navy and Marine Corps units. The Blue Angels take a great deal of pride in personifying the Navy and Marine Corps values of honor, courage, and commitment. For more information on our support crew and our pilots, we invite you to follow the team on social media, including Facebook and Instagram. There you will find exclusive photos and videos, as well as a behind-the-scenes look at our organization and how we operate. The Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron, the Blue Angels, is the oldest performing U.S. military aviation demonstration team. Since 1946, the Blue Angels have brought naval aviation to men and women of all ages across America. We were first based at Naval Air Station Jacksonville, Florida, flying F-6F Hellcats. We continued flying Grumman Corporation aircraft for 22 years, transitioning in late 1946 to the more powerful and faster F-8F Bearcat. In 1950, we transitioned to jet aircraft with the straight-wing F-9F2 Panther, the predecessor of the swept-wing F-9F8 Cougar, which we received in 1955. In 1957, the Blue Angels became equipped with high-performance aircraft with the arrival of the supersonic F-11F Tiger. In 1969, we received the McDonnell Douglas F-4 Phantom and flew this supersonic jet until 1974, when we transitioned to the A-4 Skyhawk. In 1987, we acquired the F-18 Hornet and demonstrated its reliability over 34 show seasons. We are now in our 4th year of flying the combat-proven Boeing FA-18 Super Hornet. The pilots and crew chiefs will now start the General Electric engines that power the F-18. The noise level will soon become too high for you to hear a description of the checks they will be performing. However, please note that each aircraft was carefully inspected by expert Blue Angel maintenance personnel prior to this afternoon's aerial demonstration. The Blue Angels fly the Boeing FA-18 Super Hornet, a multi-mission strike fighter, versions of which have been operational throughout the fleet since 2001. The Blue Angels taxi in tight formation, just as you will see them perform here this afternoon. This degree of precision has been a trademark of the Blue Angels since first established 78 years ago. 17 officers and 143 enlisted personnel comprise the Navy's Flight Demonstration Squadron. Pilots 1 through 4 fly in the diamond formation, showcasing the precision flying required of Navy and Marine Corps aviators, while pilots 5 and 6 fly as solos, demonstrating the maximum performance capability of the aircraft. Once again, I'm Lieutenant Connor O'Donnell from Freeport, Maine, Blue Angel number 7, the narrator for the flight demonstration, as well as the pilot for the key influencer and media personnel we normally fly at each show site. Blue Angel number 8, Lieutenant Commander Brian Vaught from Englewood, Colorado, is the Squadron Naval Flight Officer and Events Coordinator. Commander Bryce Abashan from Washington, Missouri, serves as the squadron's Executive Officer. Commander Greg Jones, our Maintenance Officer from Cary, North Carolina, is responsible for the men, women, and equipment that keep our aircraft flying. From Mayahuez, Puerto Rico, our Assistant Maintenance Officer is Lieutenant Commander Natalia Lucetti. From Williamsburg, Virginia, the Blue Angels Flight Surgeon is Lieutenant Commander Philippe Warren. From Dayton, Ohio, our Supply Officer is Lieutenant Junior Grade Mara Mason. And from Hagerstown, Maryland, our Public Affairs Officer is Lieutenant Ben Bashong. The 6 demonstration pilots are approaching the end of the runway to begin their takeoff sequence. Very shortly, Captain Armitage will call for the 4 diamond pilots to take fingertip formation. In this formation, Blue Angel number 4, the slot pilot, will be positioned outboard of Blue Angel number 2 on the right wing. From there, they'll initiate their takeoff roll, transition to the diamond on liftoff, and commence the diamond burner loop on takeoff. As the diamond clears the flight line, the 2 solo pilots will begin their takeoff maneuvers. In a dynamic display of the thrust produced by these General Electric engines, Lieutenant Commander Stengel will roll Blue Angel number 5 360 degrees, immediately after takeoff with the landing gear still extended. Simultaneously, Commander Zimmerman and Blue Angel number 6 will execute a precise slow transition, pull the nose straight up, and complete the maneuver with a half loop, also known as an Immelman, as he exits the flight line inverted to the right. They're on the runway now, establishing fingertip formation. They'll accelerate their engines to 85% power, carefully check their engine instruments, and give Captain Armitage a thumbs up, indicating they're ready to go. With a signal from each of his wingmen, Captain Armitage will call for the selection of afterburner, and the Blue Angel Diamond will initiate this afternoon's aerial demonstration. Accelerating to 150 miles per hour, he'll pull back on the stick, flying the formation into the air. Immediately after liftoff, Lieutenant Commander Lee will call for the landing gear and flaps to come up as she moves into the slot position, and they'll commence the diamond burner loop on takeoff.
updated winds are 270 at 12, gusts at 20. We own the airfield and the airspace. You are clear for takeoff. Have a good one.
Now to the right, Captain Armitage calls, smoke on, off brakes now, burners ready now, and the Blue Angel Diamond is rolling. As they pass before you, you will notice that the smoke is no longer visible while the engines are an afterburner. The smoke comes on as Captain Armitage calls for the deselection of afterburner. The Diamond will experience up to 4 times the force of gravity as they perform this looping maneuver. Back to the right, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are rolling. Blue Angel number 5 will complete the dirty roll on takeoff, while Blue Angel number 6 pitches up vertically at 6 times the force of gravity. The Blue Angel Diamond will momentarily be making its approach from the right. In relatively slow speed flight, they will give you an opportunity to get a close look at the precision flying that produces the 18-inch wingtip to canopy separation between these 4 aircraft. From the right, the sensation of weightlessness, or zero-G flight, similar to that experienced by astronauts in space, will now be felt by the 2 solo pilots. Approaching center point, they will roll their aircraft to 90 degrees angle of bank and push forward on the stick as they perform the opposing knife-edge pass. The Diamond is approaching for a maneuver that is likely familiar to those of you who have seen the Blue Angels perform in the past. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Diamond Roll. All 4 aircraft flying as one in this graceful 360-degree rolling maneuver. The 2 solo pilots will next demonstrate the inverted flight capability of the F-18. Approaching inverted from the left and right, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, crossing over center point. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing inverted to inverted roll. To the left, the Diamond is setting up for their next maneuver. Approaching center point on Captain Armitas's command, all 4 pilots will simultaneously roll their aircraft 360 degrees as they perform the Diamond Aileron Roll. Here's Captain Armitas. Pilots and aviation enthusiasts who appreciate the difficulties associated with carrier aviation will enjoy this next rated by the 2 solo pilots. To the right, Lieutenant Commander Stengel and Commander Zimmerman will establish a mirror image formation. However, look closely, as both aircraft are in the carrier landing configuration as they approach for a maneuver we call the Fortis. For Navy and Marine Corps pilots who must land their aircraft on the small and sometimes pitching deck of an aircraft carrier at sea, slow-speed flight is just as important as high-speed flight. In order to demonstrate the dirty, slow-speed handling characteristics of the F-18, Captain Armitage has called for the extension of the landing gear and tailhooks by the 4 Diamond pilots, as they execute a maneuver performed by no other jet demonstration team in the world today. From the left, the Diamond Dirty Loop. To the left, Lieutenant Commander Stengel is approaching to demonstrate the maximum performance turn rate of the F-18. He'll execute a 7.5G afterburning turn and exit the flight line vertically, showcasing the Super Hornet's turbo nose low capability. As the 4 Diamond pilots approach once again, you should notice 2 significant modifications. The wingmen, Commander Kilty and Lieutenant Commander Perkins, maintain minimum wingtip to canopy separation. However, the flight leader and slot pilot are both in the inverted position. From the right, the Blue Angel double Farvel. From behind the spectator area, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are approaching the flight line at 400 miles per hour. Having rolled their aircraft 270 degrees and crossed with minimum separation, watch as both pilots sustain 6 times the force of gravity to cross their aircraft over show center. The 4 Diamond pilots are now stacked down and aft on a 45-degree bearing line to establish a right echelon formation. From the right, at 378 miles per hour, the Blue Angel Echelon Parade. Setting up for their next maneuver, Blue Angels 5 and 6 are converging on center point to demonstrate the rapid roll rate of the F-18's fly-by-wire flight control system. Crossing center point, they will complete 2 consecutive rolls, totaling 720 degrees, with a combined closure rate of over 800 miles per hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing horizontal rolls. To the left, the 4 Diamond pilots have established a left echelon formation. Approaching center point, Captain Armitage will roll the formation 360 degrees into the 3 wingmen. Over the top, the Diamond pilots will showcase their precision formation flying as they make a subtle modification while in the inverted position. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel changeover roll! As they exit to the right, you will notice that the entire formation has shifted back into the Blue Angel Diamond. Now that Blue Angels 5 and 6 have your attention, you have seen firsthand the ability of a tactical aircraft at high speed to sneak into a target area virtually undetected. Commander Zimmerman will complete the maneuver with a series of vertical rolls, while Lieutenant Commander Stengel completes his rendezvous with the Diamond to the right. To the right, Lieutenant Commander Stengel has joined the Diamond in a line abreast formation. Still maintaining minimum separation, the pilots must now align themselves by looking 90 degrees from their flight path toward Captain Armitage's aircraft. They'll climb up through vertical under heavy G as they perform the very difficult 5-plane line abreast loop. As they exit to the left, Captain Armitage calls for another formation change prior to detaching Blue Angel number 5. You have seen several flight profiles of the F-18. The 2 solo pilots will next demonstrate precision roll rate control. Approaching center point, they will roll their aircraft 360 degrees, pausing after each 90 degrees of rotation, crossing center point in the inverted position. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposing 4-point hesitation roll. From behind the crowd, the 4 Diamond pilots are rolling out in trail formation for a dynamic separation maneuver. They'll climb up through vertical and smoothly shift back into the Blue Angel Diamond. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel vertical break. Lieutenant Commander Stengel and Commander Zimmerman are approaching to demonstrate the impressive pitch rate of the F-18. Crossing center point, they'll execute a maximum performance climb with a split S reversal, bringing their aircraft back over show center. In front of the crowd, Captain Armitage is rolling out the Diamond for their next maneuver, the barrel roll break. He'll pull up through vertical, roll the formation 90 degrees, and perform a split S, finishing with a dynamic separation maneuver. As the formation pulls to level, each pilot will perform an individual brake turn and exit the flight line in a separate direction. The Blue Angel barrel roll break. Back to the right, the 2 solo pilots are making their approach to the flight line. Approaching center point, they will simultaneously roll their aircraft 420 degrees in section. Ladies and gentlemen, the double tuckover roll. From behind the crowd, Captain Armitage is rolling out the diamond formation for another dynamic maneuver, the low brake cross. Approaching center point, each pilot will perform an individual brake turn and exit the flight line in a separate direction. As each aircraft accelerates to 500 miles per hour, they will perform a reversal turn back towards the flight line. You should be able to follow their individual smoke trails as all 4 aircraft converge on center point with maximum closure and minimum separation. To the right, Lieutenant Commander Stengel and Commander Zimmerman are approaching to demonstrate the slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet in the clean configuration. They'll pass before you virtually standing Blue Angels 5 and 6 on their tails. At less than 120 miles per hour, the fly-by-wire flight controls provide the slow speed handling that sets the Super Hornet apart in the air-to-air combat arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the Section High Alpha Pass. In front of the crowd to the left, the Diamond is rolling out to demonstrate the awesome power of these General Electric F414 engines. Let's listen as Captain Armitage calls for the selection of afterburner by the 4 Diamond pilots. As they pass over center point, you will hear and feel the thunder of 8 engines producing 168,000 pounds of thrust.
Center point, coming left. Go.
The Blue Angels, home-based in Pensacola, Florida, completed an intensive winter training period at Naval Air Facility El Centro, California. The beautiful weather of the Imperial Valley provided us with the optimum conditions to fly each of the demonstration pilots on the 120 training flights necessary prior to our first public demonstration. Our show season opened on the 9th of March and runs through early November. The Blue Angels will perform 65 flight demonstrations this season while visiting 32 cities throughout the United States. The next portion of our flight demonstration will showcase all 6 aircraft flying together in formation. The Blue Angel Delta has been our signature 6-plane formation since 1958. Behind the crowd to the right, the 2 solo pilots have joined the diamond to form the Blue Angel Delta. From the right, at 400 miles per hour, the Delta roll. All 5 wingmen maintaining position as they roll 360 degrees over center point. As they exit to the left, watch as Captain Armitage brings the formation back towards the flight line. Very shortly, all 6 aircraft will be approaching for the Blue Angel Fleur-de-Lis. In an aerial salute to our forward deployed forces, all 6 aircraft will separate, perform individual 360-degree rolls, and the 4 diamond pilots will rendezvous through a looping maneuver. From the left, at 450 miles per hour, the Blue Angel Fleur-de-Lis. Let's listen in. High and to the right, the 2 solo pilots are rejoining the diamond for another Delta maneuver. As they rendezvous, watch as Captain Armitage executes a reversal turn, rolling out the formation for the Delta loop break cross. Passing through vertical, Captain Armitage tilts his head back, picking up the show line here on the Reno Stead Airport. Over the top, he's floating the formation to place them directly over show center. Now watch closely as Captain Armitage calls smoke on ready break. As each aircraft accelerates to 500 miles per hour, they will perform a half-Cuban reversal turn. As they pull up and over the top, you should be able to follow their individual smoke trails as all 6 pilots simultaneously roll their aircraft 180 degrees and head back towards show center. From 6 different directions, with maximum closure and minimum separation, they will converge on center point and cross with a combined closure rate of nearly 1,000 miles per hour. For a description of our maneuvers, as well as an in-depth look at our team and biographies, we invite you to follow the team on social media, including Facebook and Instagram. In front of the crowd, the Delta is making its approach to the flight line. Approaching center point, the entire formation will separate in dramatic fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Blue Angel Delta breakout. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron represents a time-honored tradition of pride, professionalism, and excellence spanning 113 years of naval aviation. The 2024 team takes a great deal of pride in saluting Navy and Marine Corps aviators, maintenance crews, and support personnel everywhere. From the right, representing your United States Navy and Marine Corps, the 2024 Blue Angels. One of the unique demands placed upon naval aviators is that they be able to land their aircraft on a ship at sea. Whether it be a tactical jet, a propeller-driven aircraft, or a helicopter, each requires skill which the naval aviator must master. In order to perfect this skill, Navy and Marine Corps pilots spend a great deal of time in the landing pattern, practicing carrier approaches. In front of you now, Captain Armitage and his wingmen are demonstrating a simulated carrier pattern. Approaching the runway from the right, Captain Armitage is confirming that the landing checks have been completed and that each aircraft is in fact ready to land. Rolling out on final, they make constant power and lineup corrections, maintaining the optimum rate of descent for the proper touchdown point. The demonstration pilots you've been watching perform here this afternoon are but a small part of the Blue Angel team. The men and women in blue uniforms standing before you are members of the elite Blue Angel maintenance crew. Through hard work, many long hours, and unselfish dedication, they have each year for the past 78 years provided us with the aircraft availability required for each of these flight demonstrations. As the aircraft taxi back, I would like to take an opportunity to introduce the Blue Angel maintenance crew. Command Master Chief Matthew Dawson from Racine, Wisconsin. Maintenance Master Chief Hector Viramontes from Pico Rivera, California. Maintenance Chiefs Jeremy Watts from Rosamond, California, and Hella Houston, Texas. Crew Coordinator Bailey O'Donnell from Champaign, Illinois. Crew Chief Number 1 Chelsea Kendrick from Aurora, Colorado. First Mech Paint Shop Renee Pamantuan from Santa Clara, California. Nick Otteran from Salida, California. First Mech Life Support Brett Lynch from Fallon, Nevada. Crew Chief Number 3 Oleg Berenzin from Zaporozhye, Ukraine. First Mech Life Support Tredino Taylor from Nassau, Bahamas. Crew Chief Number 4 Marcos Ivy from Keystone Heights, Florida. First Mech Airframes, Adriana Sanchez from Brooklyn, New York. Crew Chief number 5, Aaron Gutierrez from Goodyear, Arizona. First Mech Power Plants, Helbert Urrutia from Middletown, New York. Crew Chief number 6, Michael Patterson III from Columbus, Ohio. First Mech Power Plants, Zach Summers from Salem, Alabama. Crew Chief number 7, Tamara Perez from Hillside, New Jersey. Runway Truck Alert Crew, Highland McNaughton from Huntington Beach, California. Chelsea Jenkins from Duval County, Florida. Gabe Wisman from Wasilla, Alaska. Jonathan Kiesnowski from Brooksville, Florida. And Jose Sanchez from Lincolnton, North Carolina. Quality Assurance Representative Matthew Burciaga from Sandy Springs, Georgia. Aerospace Medicine Technician Brandon Crawford from Tacoma, Washington. Public Affairs Representative Joe Cardona from Isabela, Puerto Rico. Video technicians Hugh Wynn from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Kyler Carpenter from Morganton, North Carolina. Logistics Support Representatives Justin Madurog from Rising Sun, Maryland, Alicia Meza from Miles, Texas, and Blake Thompson from Loretto, Kentucky. Maintenance Control Representative Diego Solorzano from Brawley, California, and Hannah Jeffrey from Portland, Oregon. Music choreographer Justin Asuncion from Linwood, Washington, and Kiana Blake from Brooklyn, New York. C-130 crew Brandon Wishart from Tacoma, Washington, Lauren Song from Aurora, Colorado, Colin Handlin from Michigan City, Indiana, and Joseph Gunther from Long Island, New York. Maintenance support personnel Wes Tetmeyer from Dayton, Ohio, Ashley Delorbe from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, Aravalo Lorenzo from Daly City, California, Matthew Rowe from Harbor City, California, Colin Elgood from Gallatin, Texas, Josh Harris from Rochester, New York, Alex Portillo from Winchester, Virginia, Taylor Middle from Appleton, Wisconsin, Leon Grant from Fayetteville, North Carolina, Chuying Ma from Hong Kong, Creighton Agnew from Starr, South Carolina, Cody Farrell from Long Island, New York, and Ryan Hernandez from Hacienda Heights, California. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 Blue Angel Maintenance Crew. Taxiing just off to your left, the Blue Angels will momentarily be turning into the parking area. After completing a short maintenance debrief, the team will come to the crowd line where you'll have an opportunity to meet them. As they step away from their aircraft, I would like to take one final opportunity to introduce the demonstration pilots you've been watching perform here this afternoon. Having secured their engines, the pilots will simultaneously exit their aircraft on a signal from Captain Armitage. It has been an honor and our pleasure to perform for you here at the Reno Stead Airport. This our 53rd flight demonstration of the 2024 season. Ladies and gentlemen, flying Blue Angel number 6, the opposing solo from Baltimore, Maryland, Commander Thomas Zimmerman. Flying Blue Angel number 5, the lead solo from Madison, Wisconsin, Lieutenant Commander Griffin Stengel. Flying Blue Angel number 4, the slot pilot from Mounds View, Minnesota, Lieutenant Commander Amanda Lee. Flying Blue Angel number 3, the left wingman from Georgetown, Texas, Lieutenant Commander Wes Perkins. Flying Blue Angel number 2, the right wingman from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Commander Jack Keelty. Flying Blue Angel number 1, the commanding officer and flight leader of the Blue Angels from Skaneateles, New York, Captain Alex Armitage. Ladies and gentlemen, representing your United States Navy and Marine Corps, the 2024 Blue Angels.
That is a group of absolutely incredible aviators and maintainers, and I love our camera work showing you up close exactly how they treat their jet with such respect when they get out to give each other some high-five fist bumps and make their way around. I do want to say a couple of quick shout-outs. TJ Orr, thank you very much for your nice comments on the live stream. We're doing the best we can, working as hard as we can. Long day, but look at this job. I mean, we've got the best job out here. That's our backdrop right now. JD watching us from Roswell. Guess what? We're coming for you. We're here in Reno now, and next year, I can't wait to see how the races develop and the September family becomes a part of the culture of Roswell for many decades to come. Folks checking us out as far away as Germany, Australia, Toronto, Canada. For everyone watching us, what a day.
What an incredible day. And Steph, we have more coming up tomorrow. So we are Pacific time, again, Reno Air Show, 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you do the math, it'll be 1 o'clock Eastern time. It's all about the math. It's so fun though, but please, we have more coming up tomorrow. And thank you to everyone that tuned in with us, who checked in with us. family, friends, Airshow fans from afar. It was an honor giving you guys a shout out and having you a part of our live broadcast. And we get to do it all again tomorrow with other interviews, other performers. There's so much more coming up.
Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. You're watching the live Airshow TV broadcast of the Reno Air Race. See you tomorrow.